Hey darlings, good evening. How are you doing? Immediately starting a stream off with a bonk. I see, darling. I see how it is. Let's give you some game audio. Hey Deli, how are you doing, darling? For me, it's been an exciting day thus far. Lots to do. And I decided that maybe tonight we'll try and actually finish the game. Evening, Rieselhilfe. It might be a little quiet stream tonight, considering a lot of people are attending conventions, etc. And it's the vacation season. But we'll be enjoying some Fata Morgana nonetheless. Do I really think I'll be able to finish this today? I have hopes that I might. I got some tea, I got immense willpower, and the drive to actually see how the story ends. So I think if it's not gonna be like 7 hours of straight up gameplay more, then I think we might, considering we're progressing significantly slower if you were to play this by yourself. I think the estimation was that there's like at an average pace there would be about 45 hours of gameplay at the very least. So I think we're hovering around 60 hours. So considering our pace, we might be nearing the end. I'd hope so, at least. Apple and Araya. Hey, darlings. How you doing? Thank you for the headpats, Araya. Instead, we got some tea. And we got the willpower to witness the end of the story tonight. Amber, hey, darling. Happy to see so many of you are actually here, considering, as I said earlier, it is vacation season and it's a convention weekend. And it's, I assume, the Finnish conventions are not the only ones happening at the same time, so imagine going to a con. Couldn't be me. I would like to go to conventions again, but considering how big the local convention would have been, I'm a little iffy about the crowd size for personal health reasons. I may be a little bit immunocompromised, so I'd rather not play around. I'd rather not fuck around and find out. Rather just be a little boring. Me worried you'll all recognize me too. I mean, if my left arm is exposed, you just might. You just actually might. Hey, many girls out there with about 2 meters of height and a blackout sleeve. There can't be that many girls, right? Foxes can have a little immunocompromise as a torment. Very true, unfortunately. Indeed, Deli. And indeed, Araya, I might be on the, a little on the taller side. 6'5", rounded down. I just told a story very late last night. Think you might enjoy it, so I'll retell it. Me and Mistia, we wanted to visit this garden, a local garden. There were rhododendrons and azaleas in bloom, so we went to see them together as a little date, as a little treat. And while we were on our way, there was like this tiny group of like, I would say like 16 to 18-year-old like girls. And as we walked past them, still within earshot, I heard one of them say to like another one of the girls in the group, they just said like, Well, there's a 2 meters tall girl for ya. I have no idea. I don't understand. But they got it right. But also the audacity to say that, well, first of all, quite loud and clearly within earshot of us. So we just laughed at that. It is noticeable, unfortunately. Ah, Shinazuki, thank you so much for the follow, darling. Greatly appreciated, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. Just about to start reading. Me, two teenagers standing on each other's shoulders in a trench coat. Almost accurate. Almost accurate. With the height, that is. It is to the point that I've even developed a really bad habit of not keeping my head up properly. I always keep my head down just a little bit. Because if I were to look at someone or just peer at someone while I'm standing up, their eye level is so below mine that it'll essentially look like I am looking down on them, like properly looking down on them. So not to be rude, I usually just tilt my head down a bit. It's a habit. It's just kind of stuck with me. It's not good for my neck though. So I decided I'm just gonna keep my head up, focus on it. Half a foot taller? Damn. Still really tall. You're still really tall as well though. And as you said earlier, you're taller than most people where you live, but damn. And hey, Tatti. Hi, darling. I think we could actually start reading. Story goes blank for just a second. As a friend would say, Mommy, sorry, Mommy, sorry, Mommy. That is an evergreen meme, in my opinion. I love it. No notes. What if we didn't, though? Fata Morgana only ends when we want it, though. Did... Chat? Do you mean to say... Do you mean to say that you decide when it ends? It'll end when the chat decides that it's time. I'll be reading till the end of time, but only when you, darling, say it's over. It is actually over. That's the implication I'm getting at the very least. Do I hear that a lot? Yes and no. Yes and no, actually. Not that often, but I do definitely hear it. I think my vibes have been described more as an onesan? Or a wine aunt. But I do hear that as well. I actually don't mind it either. Thank you so much, Araya. Just have a little sip of the tea. And So to recap, Kelly, no. Oh my god, no. Oh no. My dear friend, why? Darling friend, why you do this to me? But indeed, to recap quickly, we're at a point where we are witnessing the events in the time when I'm trying to recap to myself as well while we're at it. But we're witnessing the events between Giselle and Michael in the clip has been saved. Oh no! Araya seems to enjoy it. Guess I gotta accept that people enjoy those clips as well. You're valid, and I love you, darlings. Even though I'm not proud of all of the clips or the lines I read. But I'm nothing if not an entertainer. And if it entertains, so be it. But yeah, we're witnessing the events from when Giselle and Michael still lived in the mansion, and they began their relationship, and I think we're inching towards the point where Michael is notifying that his father is dead, and they could return to the Bollinger estate. However, they're still alive, so thank you so much, Araya. If you're gonna give me lines, I love it if you make them cute or just not that kind of funny. But funny is okay as well. So, let's roll. After taking that step in our relationship, I made numerous attempts to reveal the truth about what I was. But every time I tried, sharp pain gripped my chest and my words faded into nothing before they could reach my lips. I knew that if our relationship were to continue, oh my god, Deli, what the fuck, no, oh my god. That too. I would have to tell her eventually, but merely imagining her face twisted in disgust nearly crushed me. Oh, Empire, the clips are fresh from the oven. It was a wild Hollow Night stream. It was a wild stream last night. She was everything to me, and so, as we prepared for our departure, I decided it was time to make some changes. It was time for me to break out of my rut. And what happened next depended largely on whether Mother and my brothers were willing to accept me as a man. The course my future took was in their hands, in their hearts. They couldn't accept me, and I couldn't return home. I prayed from the bottom of my heart that things would turn out for the best, that my family would accept me for who I was, and that they would accept what I had with Giselle. I decided I would tell Giselle everything after I received their response, and I hoped dearly that she would join me wherever I ended up. couldn't provide Giselle the same kind of happiness a normal man could, but if she and my family accepted me, I would do anything I could to build a happy family with her in my own way. And so I sat down to write. It wasn't even the worst one. That debatable, but also true. I'm actually kind of glad that it's not clipped. It's not like anything bad, it's just a cursed line beyond belief. So, and when the word hits YouTube, you can download it. Oh no. Right, you can actually do that indeed. Well, shit. Dear Mother, there is something I wish to tell you, something that means a great deal to me. So I ask of you, please hear me out. And I ask of you, please accept it. I think the no tone was the worst. It was the worst. Yeah. There's nothing bad about it. It was just cursed. A little cringe. A little cursed. No regrets though. It was quite funny. Now, I'll focus on reading. Mother, I no longer bear any resentment for my present lot in life. Nevertheless, I would ask of you to concede one thing, that I was never cursed. I was always your son. That I am Michael, not Michelle. I have found someone whom I care for dearly, a woman, and I love her with all my heart. I would like to spend the rest of my life with her. Do not wish for much, simply to have a quiet life with her, to go through our days together, man and woman. This is the one thing I want, Mother. I know you're aware that my body is no longer female. I am a man. My heart is male, and I ask of you to please accept that. I have no grudge with you. In fact, I'm incredibly grateful to you for bringing me into this world. With love, your dearest son. But rather than reply, I received a visit from knights ordered to kill me. Michael, tell me, why do you think this is your fault? What is your curse? Your curse isn't just to cut off your hair and eyes, is it? There's more to it, isn't there? There's something else, isn't there? Can you hear me, Morgana? Morgana, please say something. Morgana. Your predictions, they were right. I was a fool, but you can laugh at me all you want. So please say something. Death to the unholy one, death to the heretic, death to the witch. Won't you answer me, Morgana? Can I not feel you there beside me? You said you would help me when I came for it. Well, here I am, begging for your help. Please, come back to me just this once. I know you're there somewhere. Please, before they break down the door. Michael? I'm all right. It's okay, Michael. I'm not scared. You're here with me after all. I'm fine. It's all fine. So please hold me until it's all over. Please stay with me. Michael, my dear, why would you ever believe that fairy tale nonsense? Why would you ever think a wonderful future awaited you? Morgana, here you are now, wretched, pitiful. For that, you have my sympathy. I will help you in your time of need. Finally, you speak. Another Fata Morgana stream, another opportunity to not end it. I am hopeful. I'm legitimately hopeful that maybe, just maybe, we'll actually finish it. However, as has been 7, 8 times now, thereabouts, we have not seen the end. But do get comfy. We'll see how far we'll actually get this time. Hope for the best. Because I'm excited to see how it ends. Michael? I can feel the despair emanating from you. You hate it. It kills you. This is how you were rewarded for fighting to be yourself. You know exactly who sent those knights, don't you? They rejected you. Rejected what you are. Hey, Michael, are you alright? Your family, unable to accept your body and heart, branded you a heretic and turned you over to the church. And by the way, I kind of like the semi-recap of events because this is essentially seeing events from Michael's side, but with the actual knowledge that Morgana was real all along. Morgana wasn't just a fairy tale. Morgana was actually real and actually talking to Michael. So my very, very early guess that the reason why Michael was exiled to the mansion was that because he was just mentally ill. He just had hallucinations. And actually he is completely sane. A little extremely traumatized, but he's completely sane. No illness, no nothing. Morgana is actually real. And furthermore, the reason why he's here is because he's an intersex man in the 11th century. A little extremely traumatized. I said what I said. Emphasis on the extremely. So he has seen some shit, but that he's just a person with a sound mind. No hallucinations because Morgana is actually real and actually talking to him. So I like to see that we were actually I feel like the story wanted to lead us astray and think that Morgana was not actually real and it was just a hallucination experienced by Michael. Now we see the events with Morgana included, so we actually know that she's real. Let's continue. Morgana deniers when facts and logic save them from religious persecution. Valid. A good point. Your family, unable to accept your body and heart, branded you a heretic and turned you over to the church. Yes, they did. And did you hear what the knights were saying? That they've even accused you of being a witch, taking my sins and placed them on you. Come back to me, Michael. You hate them, don't you? You want to curse them, don't you? You want to kill them, don't you? I shall grant you that wish. Out of your hatred and despair, I shall make my own wish. And that wish shall become a curse upon your family's wicked souls. You'll grant my wish then, Morgana? Yes, absolutely. Tell me, what it is you want. Tell me what it is you want, my poor little darling. Michael, let your contempt flow free. Give me the names of those you want cursed. I want you to protect her. Excuse me? If they find her, she could be accused of abetting a witch and executed as well. So please, use your power to keep her safe. You said you would grant my wish, did you not? That was not the wish I was hoping for. I know, but that's the wish I want you to grant. Morgana? Then offer me something in return. Such a disappointing wish will require a sacrifice. Step beyond that door, my dear, and witness ultimate despair. Shit. That was my plan anyway. So long as I'm considered a heretic and marked for death, my being alive puts Giselle in danger. Indeed it does. But here you are shaking like a scared little child. Of course I'm scared. There isn't a single person who doesn't fear death. Please keep her safe. The only one who can help me, Morgana. Have my word. From this moment, I vow to protect her life. Thank you. Giselle? Please hear me out, Giselle. I never thought anything good would become of my life. Never thought I would find anyone who truly understood me, who would be happy to have my love. And for that, I hated the world. I was in constant torment, living in the shadows. But then, a single ray of light shone down on me. Michael, you, Giselle, you delivered me from the darkness. I'm scared, Giselle. I'm terrified. I used to think my life was meaningless, that I didn't matter if I lived or died. But now, I can't stop shaking. It's perfectly normal. Scared to death too, but what scares me the most is losing you, Michael. So please allow me to repay you. Said I would do anything for you, so let me do this. I haven't given you anything. I haven't done anything for you. So give me one final chance. Michael? Sorry, I'm not going to stream the line. This would be appropriate. What are you doing? Get back in here, Michael. Wait, the door. Can't open it. Michael? Michael, what did you do to the door? Come on, get back in here. Guess you really can perform miracles, Morgana. I don't want to lose you either. I know that. By doing this, I will bring you pain, Giselle. But I can't make you happy no matter how hard I try. And I realize that now. Say something, Michael. You're out there, aren't you? Please, please don't do anything rash. They're going to kill you if you're out there. Giselle, the witch told me that she would ensure your safety. Well, she isn't real. It's no witch talking to you. It's all in your head. A figment of your imagination created to alleviate your loneliness. Rest assured, she does not lie. Michael! Pray that someday she will be able to get past this to move on with her life. She needs to know that that's what I want. I have to find the right words. Oh, headache. And my voice is so shaky. Please listen. A wonderful woman, Giselle. Spirited, true to yourself, deeply sympathetic. You're not to blame. How difficult your life has been. Most of the fault lies with me and a bit of bad fortune. But that's all behind you. Once this is over, you can start anew. What are you talking about? So survive. Live a good, fulfilling life. Move past this. Live your life. And always love your family. I know you can do it. That is my wish for you. No, I don't want that. I want to be with you. No one else but you. I don't want to let you die. There it is. Death to the heretic. Death to the heretic. Get back in here, Michael. Open the door. My choice is to live on without you. I'd rather... Your scars will heal. Find a nice man. Have a wonderful family. Why? Because you have a good family. You have a mother and a sister who love you. If you were to be executed here with me, you would be marked a heretic as well, and your family would be condemned. I don't want anyone else to suffer that kind of disgrace. I can't tell you any of that, because I don't want you looking into why I'm a heretic. So this is where we part ways, Giselle. Thank you, Giselle, for bringing light into my world. Don't say that. The year we shared together, the months since our relationship blossomed, have been the brightest days of my life. But if there is a next life, I hope you don't mind if I pray that we're able to meet again. And this time, that we can find each other once more in another world, in a body that better suits me. Michael! Michael? I had thought I was prepared, that I was doing something good, something I could be proud of, that I would give my life for her with head held high. But it wasn't long before I realized what the witch had meant, what she had warned me about, when she said that ultimate despair waited beyond this door. It is our holy duty as knights of the church to deliver punishment unto the heathen who made a pact with the devil. You're sentenced to death, your body to be hanged upon the cross for 3 days and 3 nights, wherein your unholy flesh shall be purified by the fires of God. Why, what are you doing here? Stared up at the night, eyes wide, or the voice from within the helm. Did you hear? Belong to my elder brother. You shall now be executed. Do you have any final words? I knew well enough that Mother was not in her right mind, and while her refusal to accept me had hurt, at the same time, I had somewhat expected it. It made sense to me, in her madness. Mother had declared me a heretic and reported me to the church. But Didier. Men wield swords and fight against dangerous enemies, and they do so to protect the weak, women and children. I'm here to protect you and your mother. What are you doing here? Why are you pointing your sword at me? Are you smiling behind that cold steel helm, frowning, or staring expressionlessly? Though your transformation was too much for mother and father to accept, with enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before, just like it did for myself and George's. None of this is your fault. It was all unfortunate timing. You said that it would all go back to normal eventually. And I trust that even if the whole world says I'm cursed, that you'll always be on my side, that you'll always be my brothers. Can I put my trust in you once more, Didier, Georges? You absolutely can, Michael. Swear to God on high. Did your vow have any meaning at all? Spent years here in the dark, in this dark house, waiting, believing you would come through for me. So why are you standing there, 12 knights at your back, saying I'm to be executed? Wait, did you hear? Do not cry. Don't you dare cry, Michael. Standing here in front of this door as a man protecting the woman he loves. So you mustn't cry. Who is it you're sentencing to death? Michael Bollinger or a demon child naturally? Or a witch perhaps? But why? I'm not an angel sent from heaven or a demon child. Then what am I? What on earth am I? What are you? You're a Bollinger. We're all family. And that's all there is to it. I thought we were brothers. Our familial bonds have long since been severed, cursed witch. Now I see, Giselle. This world never had a place for me. I was never welcome here. Kill him. So many blades pierced my flesh. Didier's sword in my chest, lances in my arms and shoulders, arrows in both of my legs. Could hardly even tell what hurt anymore. But the pain from within was much clearer. My heart cracked audibly before shattering completely. Don't cry. Do not cry. Tears will only make me more pitiful. So don't you cry, Michael. Don't cry. I believed in you, Didier. When I was younger, I idolized you. Those broad shoulders, muscular arms, gentle eyes. Everything you said. Your simple but pure desire to become a knight. Can we chat a moment, darlings? But I share the fucking sentiment. Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck Didier big time. A cab, all nights are bastards. So true, bestie. Your simple but pure desire to become a knight. I thought if I could be like you, then I could be proud of who I was. Though that may have faded somewhat after being locked away for so long, my adoration for you never went away. I thought you, of everyone, would accept me for who I am. And I thought you would celebrate my relationship with Giselle. That you would put those big hands on my shoulders, smile on your face, and say, I'm happy for you. That you would welcome her into the family. That we could go on outings together on cloudy days. And maybe she could make something for us. She's a pretty good cook after all. Georges would rifle through the basket before lunch. Didier would scold him. I would be there watching, proud smile on my face. It's as unlikely as out of reach as I knew it was. I still dreamed of a life like that. Had the faintest hope that when we saw each other again, the dream might come true. Didier, I put my faith in you. Thought that would be Alucard. No, sorry, Michael. Didier actually does look a little bit like Geralt now that you say it. Oh shit, Dilly. Same thought. Secondhand shop Alucard. Vampirism. Vampirism notwithstanding. Vampirism still debated. It's all in the head canon, so the brain share works out. I mean the stark facial features and the long white hair. The first person or the first character coming to mind is Alucard. Give me just a second, doing a little posture check. There we go. Mom, we have Alucard at home. Alucard at home. Please show me the name of the emote. Oh my god. I can see the emote. Fuck. Well, whatever you say. I think it's whatever you're trying to say. I think I think it's correct. I think it's valid. And so, my life came to an end. But that wasn't the end of the story. Really fucking wasn't, my dude. Alternative emote for enhanced readability. I get it. I understand. My first thought it was like we have Alucard at home. Alucard at home. Just a dude. Just a guy. Yeah, I think it's not picking up the... I wonder if there are better TTV emotes. Need to check that. Thonk works. That's good to know at least. Still have some tea left. Just enjoying how cozy it is. Sipping some tea and reading for you, darlings. It's also very nice to read with something hot to drink. But let's continue. I don't know if what comes next could be called my story, but memories of these events linger in my soul. The being pierced by Didier's blade, I found myself looking down upon my own corpse. How could I have ever imagined that I would be made to witness my own misery even in death? I watched as my eldest brother dragged me to the place of my crucifixion. And my soul, evidently still bound to my flesh, was dragged along with it, against my will, down to the nearby village. Real strategy at play here, creating a scenario that needs troubleshooting, completely stalling the reading. Now the chances that we'll need another Fata stream increases, and the joke of us never finishing it only gets better. I would rather avoid the situation where I cannot fit any more question marks in my stream title. That would be preferable. We still have 43 letters. 43 digits or letters available to us. Delhi. Characters. Thank you, Ducky. English fails me sometimes. Oh my god, Delhi.
Oh, I love not finishing Fata Morgana because the story is so great now.
Oh, there was not enough. Oh, sorry.
I love not finishing Fata Morgana because the story is so great now.
Interesting. It's not even that bad. It's not bad at all. It's just funny in the context of I was trying to finish Fata Morgana and you make me read lines like that. I see. You'll get your Arara in just a moment. Hehehehe. Get the double for extra time. Oh, darling, I'll do triple if I feel like it. And my soul, evidently still bound to my flesh, was dragged along with it, against my will, down to the nearby village. You'll get it in just a moment. The knights have returned from their holy quest. Oh, how we've awaited your arrival. The Arara market will crash. In just a moment. Rizalilpe. No, no, no. It will not help. Give me just a moment. I will provide. But in just a moment. We'll read a little further first. How glorious it is to see you. Waiting for us there was a cluster of villagers. Ah, I understand. A large cross lay on the ground in the center of the square. Holding torches, they formed a crowd around the knights. Several of them familiar faces. The men who had come to ransack the mansion were standing there, staring at my body in awe. Ah, the Lord's judgment has been delivered unto the witch of the cursed mansion by his holy servants. No longer shall we live in fear of the curse befalling us. Eternal peace is assured. Fucking Amedi. We have assembled all the tools you need to execute your divine mission, a cross befitting of such a heinous sinner. That witch threatened to curse us, sullied our pure ears with its blasphemy. I had done no such thing, hadn't cursed anyone. I had merely been defending myself. They had been armed and outnumbered me, so I had said what was necessary to chase them off. A poor harvest and us suffering at the hands of the greedy Lord were all the work of the witch. Why then were they acting like I was at fault? Why was I the sinner? And why did I need to be judged? My soul trembled at the overwhelming fervor consuming the crowd, their zealous desire to see judgment cast. So I prayed. I asked God to grant me the smallest of miracles, to let my voice reach my brother who carried my body. Please don't do this, Didier. Please hear my voice. You know me better than that. You know I've done nothing wrong. Those men smirking at the sight of my body, they're the ones putting the blame for their sins on me. Please, tell me you at least don't think I did those things. Don't put me on that cross. It was Mother who sold me out to the church, and surely you can give me a respectable burial. The nails and rope for the crucifixion are here. We wouldn't have you, O knight, deliver the Lord's judgment unto this vile witch. Didier, why do you say nothing? Why do you accept the tools this man presents you? Tools meant to punish me? Tell me, Didier. Crucify the witch. Oh, it's Amedi. It is indeed that fucking bastard. My brother lowered my corpse to the ground and began removing my clothing. And in that very moment, I realized the purpose of hanging someone from a cross. Overwhelmed by hopelessness, tears streamed down my face. Please, anything but that, I'm begging you. Don't expose me to these people. Don't expose my body, Didier. I'm begging you. Don't do it. But of course, my voice had no way of reaching him, and he proceeded to remove my clothing piece by piece until I was left fully nude. For a brief moment, I An unpleasant silence spread through the crowd. The erratic crackling of their torches was the only sound that could be heard in the square. And then, with a mocking laugh, one man spoke. So there it is, the devilish creature. You're gonna need a sensor? What do you mean? Is it my cursing or... oh, right. I don't think we are. I don't think they show quite that much. They only show the boobs, which, as I said, normally would go down as artistic nudity, as you can't see genitals, or or in the case of the boobs, you couldn't see nipples or anything. But there was on the boob. There was on the boob and there was a lot of cleavage. And she was fully nude in the scene, so it was skirting the line, so that was censored. But I don't think they're gonna show him like that, like below the waist. And no, like Michael was born so that he, in examination, would have seemed like he was female, but then he went through male puberty, so, and thus he is intersex. Don't look at me, please look away. Or just get over with it and burn me now. Burn my body, please. One simple thing was all I was missing. A frame like a man, lacked breasts of a woman. My heart was male. I was in love with a woman. You sold your soul to the devil and this is what you became. This frightful, reprehensible creature. I'm sorry, he does not have a massive pee-pee and that's your only problem. Rude. To dare defile the sacred body God blessed you with. Was that what people really thought of me? Thank you so much, Deli. I would assume they don't show something like that, but thank you so much. It doesn't hurt to be careful. Was there no way to make them understand? Could they not possibly imagine how miserable it was to live in a body that didn't fit the shape of your soul? Was there no way to get through to them the slightest bit? All I wanted was to be what I felt I was. Was that really so heinous a crime? Please, Didier, stop this. Don't humiliate me any further. Please, just let me depart this world in peace. Carry my body away from this place. That's all I ask. And if you can't do that, then at least burn me instead. Didier. Didier. He then placed my body upon the cross. Bound my arms together at the wrists with rope, then drove a nail through my palms. Couldn't look away. Tried to close my eyes, but I couldn't. My vision remained perfectly clear despite the constant stream of tears. When he was finished attaching my body to the cross, he and several other knights lifted it off the ground, planting it in the center of the village square.
Philip, hey darling, how are you doing? How's your weekend going? Hope that is going comfortably. Despite the intended program, I decided
we shall be playing Fata tonight. See if we could actually finish it this week. Being comfy indeed. I'm not gonna talk about the updates live, but there were very nice updates today that I posted in Discord, so, you know, maybe you saw them? I didn't have time to check who reacted, but very exciting news. The villagers showered the knights with their praise and gratitude. Not for lack of trying, I was unable to get away from the cross. My soul was trapped there along with my body. Didier didn't say a word the entire time. After a full day of hanging there, grotesque blackish splotches began appearing on my lower body. Everyone who saw it grimaced in disgust. Knights, Didier included, had long since taken their leave, leaving my soul behind, curled up at the base of the cross. Sorry, I'm looking at a silly cat. Okay, it is zoomy time for cats. Wish them luck. A constant stream of tears ran down my face. Despite all my prayers, I remained bound to that place. I wonder if you can hear him. I have to rot on the cross with my body. Passers-by threw rocks or spat on me. Children laughed. A mother warned her daughter to always obey God's teachings. By 48 hours, blackish feathered birds and maggots had appeared to devour my rotting flesh. Couldn't imagine any less pleasant a sight than my own body decaying in the sunlight, exposed for all to see. Well, Morgana said that he is going to experience despair beyond belief. I think it's suffices to say that this counts. Okay, there's critical zoomies going on. Jeez fucking Christ. Okay, maybe they'll chill now. But also while we're not had a little break from reading, I'm going to fulfill the request from earlier, which would be a little arara, arara. Hope you enjoyed, darling. Mwah. At this point, wouldn't he just be completely numb to it after all he's been through? I think this is describing his initial experience of his life after death, but also I think it's the mental anguish for him, as his body is actually dead, but he is still witnessing the events that's happening to his body. Is witnessing them, not... I don't think he is experiencing them. God, I hope he is not experiencing them at the very least. A group of children assembled in the square not far from the cross, and soon after, a competition began to see who could take down the evil witch. They gathered all the rocks they could find and started throwing them at my corpse as hard as they could. The stones ripped through my decomposing flesh, exposing bits of bone. Eventually they settled on a winner, the one who had torn off the most flesh, and went on their way. And when they were gone, the birds flocked in to take their place. The third day and night came and went, and at sunrise on the fourth day, I received a visitor. "What's your step, madam? Crucifix is this way." After everything I had been through, I thought nothing more could possibly affect me. I had sunk as far down into the abyss as I could go. However, Mother. I knew it was her instantly. She was older and bonier than I remembered. She had bags under her eyes so dark they looked like bruises. The once lustrous blonde hair had faded almost white, and I could always recognize my own mother. "What are you doing here, Mother?" In the 13 years since I had last heard Mother's voice, it had grown raspy and weak. There were still distant traces in it of the woman who had raised me, who had stayed at my bedside when I was sick. Though I liked the physical body, I still felt a deep, piercing chill at the sound of her voice. "Father, this is not my daughter. I did not birth this accursed thing. No, I'm her victim. For years I suffered at the hands of this witch. She stole my daughter away from me, endlessly tormenting me. This is not my daughter. This is my son." Very correct. Demon, you're a demon. Mother. I despise you, you foul, hellish monster. I loved you. You took everything from me. I could never bring myself to hate my birth mother. I feel nothing but revulsion for you. I loved you. An eternity in the fires of hell would be too good for you. I often disagreed with the things you said and did, but I still remember the feeling of your hand in mine as I lay sick in bed. I have absolutely no relation to this demon. Kept writing you letters, kept pretending to be a girl for you, because I didn't want to hurt you. This is not my daughter. Couldn't stand doing it. Whenever I sat down to write, one came out a horrible wreck, even worse off than before. But even so, send this monster straight to hell. I didn't want to break you, Mother.
Thank you for the headbutt, Salop. And the hydrate and stretch.
I think I'll actually finish my tea while we're at it.
And a tiny
stretch to keep the brain fog away. I didn't want to push you any further off the edge. Please set me free of this accursed thing. But I suppose still did end up breaking you. Please be at ease, madam. The Lord has heard your prayers. He wants you to cast the demon into the cleansing fires. He wants you to show him that, as you say, you have no relation to this unholy thrall. Gladly, gladly. I'll gladly send this vile creature to the deepest pits of hell with my own 2 hands. Her eyes swirling with every hateful emotion imaginable, Mother took the torch from the priest and tossed it into the pile of straw spread around the base of the cross. The flame crackled as it spread upward, consuming my body, filling the square with the putrid stench of burning flesh. Through the cloud of smoke, I could see a faint smile on Mother's lips. Mother, I'm so sorry. You had to give birth to me. When the inferno had devoured everything, the cross itself came crumbling down. My soul was finally released from that place. Or rather, I suppose it more shattered. The things I saw, the things I was made to watch, were harrowing. Morgana had been right. The anguish that came after knowing happiness was much greater than anything I had felt before. It eroded my spirit, drained me of the willpower to bear the sight of the world after death. But rather than give in to hatred like Morgana had, I despaired of myself. I didn't curse or bear a grudge against anyone. I prayed for my own extinguishment. My soul began to crumble, neither ascending to heaven nor falling to hell, but fading into darkness everlasting. My fingers were the first to go, then my eyes, then my mouth. All sound vanished into nothingness. My beating heart and all the emotions that had once taken root within it scattered like leaves upon the wind, whilst my soul completely, wholly decomposed. Couldn't stand to allow my soul to return to the living world, no matter what it might take residence in. Some length of time later, I began to hear a sound, muffled and indistinct. No longer human in form, I had no ears to speak of. The sound gradually increased in volume. It was a voice. Where are you, Michael? What are you doing? Still praying. Still wishing for you to appear before me. Forever and ever and ever. And ever and ever and ever. I've been praying for so long, I don't even know how long it's been. Before you left, you said you were going to pray too. Said you hope we could meet again in another life. I'm not misremembering, am I? Michael, come back to me soon. As if drawn in by the sound of that voice, bit by bit, I began regaining some what I had lost. But it took an incredibly long time. My body and soul had been ground to dust. I had rejected myself, scattered it into the void. It would take several lifetimes to find and reassemble all those pieces. Michael, all I can remember about you is your name, glassy white skin, your fiery red eyes, and your snow-colored hair. Nothing else. I thought my mind, my body, my spirit, and my heart had all been eradicated. But every time I heard that voice, I thought, I must return. Well, thought is perhaps inaccurate. It was not much a conscious idea as an instinctive force. The voice slowly buried the overwhelming pain I had suffered in both life and death. I began to search for the source of that quiet, constant whisper echoing in the emptiness, chasing after that tiny fleck of light, the one thing in the world that seemed to desire my presence. Michael, I'm no longer the girl I once was. I built a thick cocoon around myself. cocoon I can't break free of. My own protective shell is devouring me. I'm waiting for you, Michael. Waiting for you inside my shell. Always waiting. Will you be able to recognize the person I've become? Please, Michael, get me out of here. At long last, I found the ray of light I sought, and I had an absolute certainty. I allowed it. I would reach the source of the voice. I had to find them, had to set them free, desperately had to give back to them what they had given to me. And that sense of purpose is what set me back into motion. The void was so expansive, so endlessly deep, that reaching the end of the trail of light was no easy task. Struggling to follow it to its source wore my barely held together soul thin, until it crumbled apart once more. Again and again I lost myself. Can't amount for much of my time chasing after the light. The gaps in my memory are large and frequent. Nevertheless, after countless cycles of breaking down and reassembling myself, the hundreds of years of wandering, I finally found my way back to that mansion.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Can relate to directing negative emotions in words. True. Let's roll. Again. And when the two of us had our long-awaited reunion, neither of us were our old selves any longer. In my endeavor to return, I had worn my soul down to almost nothing. I was but a vague shadow, completely devoid of memories. And that was the beginning. We met each other anew, lost and broken, devoid of life. The darkness here reminds me of my time in the void. The despair that filled my shattered soul as it sunk into the endless abyss. The emptiness I felt as my body crumbled and faded into nothing. Michael, the poor soul who was named for an angel and born with a curse, made to bear an unfairly cruel fate. I'm the only one who sympathizes with you. The only one who understands your pain. The only one willing to help you. I'm sure you're not feeling particularly fond of me right now. Not after I made you relive the past you so wanted to forget. Every moment of that despair. Not after I revealed your every last secret to the woman you love. But you must face the truth, my dear. You put your life, your very soul on the line for this woman. And even she would not accept you. But as I have said before, that's the normal response. She's no worse than anyone else for it. You simply aren't something people can accept. That's horrifying line. You believe that even if your family wouldn't, even if your dear brothers wouldn't, Giselle would be able to accept you for you. That she alone was different. That she alone was special. That She alone wanted you in her life. She alone would extend her hand for you. You never doubted that, did you?
Thank you for the headbutts, Bova. And hi, darling.
You never doubted that, did you? But Michael, hope exists to be crushed. And the stronger you cling to that hope, the more you have to lose. You can hear that, can't you? Her mocking you, scorning you, rejecting everything that defines you. The revulsion in her voice. This is the woman you fought so hard to get back. Listen to it, my dear. Focus on her voice. I actually doubt that's actually Giselle's voice. I think that's a lie from Morgana. She said that she doesn't lie, but I think in this very instance, she is actually lying. Please, I don't want to hear it anymore. Make it stop. Can you blame her though? For hundreds of years she waited, trusting you. It doesn't seem very Giselle-like. Jealous Morgana. I actually think it's Morgana who's obsessed with the idea that because she was different in her life, she would be the only one who would ever accept Michael, ever sympathize with him. But so I think in order to make Michael think that would be true, I think he actually has to lie. I don't think that is true. Hundreds of years she waited, trusting you. And you came back to her a woman more than once. If you think about it, you betrayed her first. Oh, stop, don't. I didn't. Tell me, what was it like? How did it feel to be born and live as a woman? You spent your life insisting you weren't a woman, and yet your soul chose a female body to return in. All those gaps in your memory were from your lives as the white-haired girl. So that means that when Michael was reincarnated as the white-haired girl, he wasn't actually being himself because, as he said, the gaps in his memory were when his soul was shattered once again, so that wouldn't really fully be Michael, would it? First there was the kind, mild-mannered, flaxen-haired boy. You, a woman, and he, a man, were joined in love. I think Morgana didn't have anything to do with that. But what I do think is that Morgana specifically used Michael, or more specifically his reincarnations as a woman, to absolutely fuck with the 3 men she wanted to curse. So, and in those cases, it would have been much more convenient. Actually, now that I just said it like that and read what you said, Apple, Morgana is also definitely involved in the process and is probably fucking with him. If you think about it, if Michael was reborn as a man, or even as he was before, as an intersex person, how effective would he have been in Morgana's plan to torment the men? How effective would that have been? Or rather, would the better source for torment be a woman? So I actually think you're right, Apple, that Morgana was actually involved in the process and in the reincarnation, so that it wasn't entirely Michael who came back. It was Michael, if he wasn't Michael and was actually Michelle. It was the hollow shell of Michael presented as a woman. That would be my guess. And as I said, which do you think would be the better source of torment for the men Morgana wanted to torment? Would she have wanted a man to torment them? Or chance a woman to totally crush their hearts? So as I said, I repeat myself, but I think Morgana made sure that Michael doesn't reincarnate exactly as himself, but instead as Michelle. So he's not quite whole, but has the parts that she needs to torment the men. That would actually make sense to me. Which actually leads to the conclusion that though Morgana wasn't evil by any stretch of definition in her human life, she has actually just become evil. She wants others to feel the way she does. She wants others to be miserable like she was and she is. So instead of letting others try and be happy, she will drag everyone down with her. Interesting. Sorry for the theory tangent, but it's getting curious. Truth tell. We'll see how long we'll go tonight, but you know, I'd love to finish it, so we're gonna continue right away. And then there was the deranged man beast. By exposing your female body to him, you were able to temporarily contain his madness. And finally there was the man obsessed with money and power. You were his wife, ever faithful, waiting patiently for him to remember his love. You put your faith in the wrong person's love. How can you expect her not to be disgusted? She was forced to watch again and again as the man she loved was reborn as a woman and had relations with other men. Would you like to know what you're doing at this moment, Michael? Or crying? Crying as you have done so many times before. Those tears, they wash away your dignity. Crying is good. I endorse it. It is healthy, it is normal. Everybody cries. Fata Morgana. Would you also like to know how you look right now, Michael? You reverted to your final moments, both in body and in heart. Take a look at yourself, my dear. Your body, incomplete, only partially mailed. The wound still fresh and raw, pierced by a brother whom you trusted completely, and the knights whose ranks you dreamed of joining. Even now, the blood still flows from those wounds. They will never heal. Not so long as you remain yourself. It's not pleasant, is it? Hurts quite a bit, doesn't it? I did not inflict those wounds on you, though. They're your own. No one can erase them.
Thank you for the headbutt, Stalop.
You've lost everything, Michael. Tell me, what do you have left? You were robbed of your pride, your dignity, your life, your identity, your very existence, and the love you thought you still had. Or she's gone and left you behind too. And you still refuse to curse anyone? Why do you not take what you deserve from those who stole everything from you? You have every right to vengeance, and I'm offering you the means to have it. Curse them, my dear. Oh, I see, we're back, right back here. She wants him to curse everyone. I think she couldn't just let go. I think she just couldn't let go of the fact that she wanted Michael to just curse everyone, give up on everyone, and wish death for them. I cannot curse anyone. You disappoint me, Michael. But if that's not what you want, you won't join me in my hatred, then so be it. I will accept we are not as similar as I once thought. And as much as it pains me to do so, I will release you. I will even wish for your reconstruction into the body you desire. You shall descend into the mortal realm as a human man, never to set foot in this cursed mansion again. Imagine it, waiting for so long, will finally be able to obtain the body you desperately seek, to have a wife and create a happy family of your own. Wouldn't that just be lovely? I'll make that the wish for you, my dear. I'm not sure if she's playing, but that was what she was supposed to be doing already, wasn't it? Wishing he comes back. But instead, he came back as Michelle. And the gaps in his memory are when he was, or at least a part of him, was out there in the mortal world, while the rest of him was actually just vibing in the void. You can have that life. All you have to do is walk out the door. It's that easy. Just let go. Let it all go, Michael. I... No. Yes! I think she's coming through. Please let us be right. No sneeze? Okay. I knew. Don't listen to her. Don't trust anything she says. Don't trust anything she shows you, Michael. You told me you believe in my love. That if it could survive for hundreds of years, it must be real. So don't start doubting it now. Open your eyes, Michael, and look at me. Thank God there's no booby, so I can actually show you this scene. Listen to me, please. Listen to the sound of my voice. Michael, will you listen to what I really think? How I actually feel? I would never, ever push you away. Yep, crying rules. I'm going to do this non-stop from this point on. And I will not fucking cry. Not that I'm on the verge of it or anything, but we're gonna keep going. Do you remember what I said, Michael, when you broke through the cocoon I had built around myself? Then that I would never come to hate you. I still stand by that. My feelings haven't changed in the slightest. Doesn't matter what kind of past you had or what kind of secrets you kept. I still love you. You accepted me, Michael. Spent hundreds of years trapped in this place, watching as tragedy after tragedy befell its residents, always losing my grip on myself, until I had been twisted so far I could tell them like stories with a cold smile on my face. And despite what I had become, you still took my hand. You still said you loved me. No matter what horrors you've experienced, I will always and forever take your hand. Michael? Giselle? Please have faith in me, Michael. Don't believe what some illusion says. Believe me, believe the real me. You have it backwards, Giselle. Truth is, I never once doubted you. What? I never doubted your love. Michael, I despised myself. Hated that I was so weak I couldn't even bear being rejected by a phantasm made to look like you. I didn't want you to see me like that. I didn't want you to know I was so weak. Great shame, it's raining. To see my past, to see me now a pitiful, unsightly mess. Couldn't stand the thought of you seeing any of that. If only in your memories, if only for you. I wanted to be gallant, to be a man. I wanted to be the man who never cried, who never showed weakness, and who died trying to protect you. I didn't want you to know that I was so weak, that I was such a sad, frail person, and not even a real man. Untrue. Michael, I didn't want you to see that. Morgana was telling the truth. I opened the door to put our past in. I opened the door to our past in order to bring you back. But that wasn't the whole story. Kept details about myself out, things that would make me look bad. There's no one as shameful and reprehensible as me. No, Michael. No one in the world as admirable as you. You remain true to yourself to the end, no matter how bad things got. Day after day you fought all alone, despite being put through hell. Yet you chose not to curse those responsible. Only once did you ever consider cursing someone, your father. I remember that day very well. I was too stupid to realize it at the time, but you did that for me. The one time you ever wanted to curse someone was for me. Give yourself a little more credit. You did perhaps come off as a bit inscrutable, but deep down, truer to yourself than anyone. Your motivation simple and pure, your heart full of kindness. Know that you're a wonderful, admirable man, Michael. Be proud of who you are. That doesn't change how much suffering I put you through, Giselle. I was the white-haired girl. The girl in the portrait was me. It was all me. Came back more than once, showing up a woman, then disappearing again, hurting you completely unaware, pushing you away, leaving nothing but tragedy in my wake. I'll never forgive myself what I did to you. Have faith in yourself, Michael. Follow your heart. I know it was a secret you didn't want revealed, but for me, I couldn't be happier to know the truth, because it shows just how incredibly much you love me. And not only in life. Hundreds of years I spent trapped in this mansion. You spent searching for me. With the vast, empty, hopeless void, you heard my voice. Love guided you to me. When you had lost everything, your love for me still lived on. Even as it tore you apart, you kept fighting to make it back to me. Few blanks in your memory don't account for how someone so fiercely determined could suddenly become a completely different person. But Giselle, how am I supposed to believe that? How am I supposed to believe that wasn't me? And everything about us is exactly the same. You're not the white-haired girl, Michael. Have faith in your own heart and the things you stand for. Have faith in your true self, the person you are, the shape of your soul. You were never the white-haired girl and you'll never be. Remember when you first arrived at the mansion, Michael? Took your hand and together we watched dozens of different lives play out. Were your memories anywhere among them? It wasn't behind those doors that you found yourself, but in the remnants of the month we shared here. Was the white-haired girl anywhere in your memories? You were Michael, no one else. But that doesn't change what my body. I know you, Michael. I know you are deep down. I love you from the bottom of my heart, and I want you to understand that, to know how I feel. We only shared our love for a month in life. It was enough for me to wait hundreds of years for your return. And you fought with everything you had to make it back to me, to get me out of here. You are the greatest man I have ever known. Giselle? Who is it? Who has managed to see straight through me, Giselle? To give me exactly what I want. Smile, that single ray of light in the endless dark. To say exactly what I so desperately yearn to hear. The words I've sought for countless years. Giselle reached out for her, but she's begun to fade. Her outline hazy and blending into the surroundings. All I managed to grab is empty air. I want more than anything to feel her warmth right now. The sensation of her skin against mine. There's nothing there. Please, Giselle, don't leave my side again. Don't worry. I'm right here with you. Not going anywhere. Giselle, put your hands on my shoulders. Wrap your arms around me. I can't. I want to so much, but I can't feel you there at all. You can, Michael. Promise. Close your eyes. Now reach forward. Slowly. You can feel me there, can't you? That's my finger. That's my hair. Those are my eyes. And here are my lips. It's my heart. Where I keep all the feelings you gave back to me. And my love for you. In body and in spirit, I'm all yours. Can you sense me here beside you? I think I can. Now hold on and don't let go. You know, it's kind of funny, like two awkward kids around each other. For the headpats. I'm gonna make a good fucking reading out of it. No matter fucking what. Come together by a love so amazingly powerful, yet we only ever held hands a few times. And embracing like some incredible. Embracing is like some incredible achievement for us. We're supposed to be full-grown adults. Kiss me, Michael. Never got the chance while we were alive. Are you going to tell me to wait again? Not this time. Feel my way around the emptiness, where she is. Her skin white but not pallid, slightly flushed cheeks dimpled by her smile. Her lips, which at the time called me master, and at times called me Michael. Her entire being. This woman who accepted me as a man, who even in death continued to bring me back from my darkest places. She is my everything. Feel a faint breath against my neck. Somewhere between a sigh and a giggle. Feel her warmth, which I thought I would never know again. The soft touch of her skin. I even envisioned her face before me, I'm sure she is, their eyes closed, and I press my lips against hers. What a great timing. Hello, Yanna. Hello, Raiders. Welcome. Give me a second. You came at the most emotional moment. Welcome, darlings. Did you have a good stream? Hello, darling. And oh, if anyone of you is new here, hi, I'm Inari, your comfy Vixen variety streamer, currently doing a reading of Fata Morgana, or the house in Fata Morgana, and I'm not ashamed to admit that I'm about to fucking cry. Because we're at the very end of the game, and the satisfaction is getting to me. Very beautiful ending. So bear with me. I'm still trying to make a good reading out of it. Actually finishing. I really recommend watching if you've been even slightly invested in the story, watching like I'd say past 20-30 minutes from this point, because my god, I'm doing my best to read, but it's actually getting hard. Actually finishing, I think we actually might be able to see the true ending of the game. And I'm about to continue reading. However, this is a spoiler warning. If you want to play the game, this is the very, very end, I think. And the spoilers here will spoil the story pretty badly for you. So if you want to play the story yourself, this is a big spoiler warning. But if you're in for some good reading time with me, you're in the exactly right place. And thank you. This actually gave me some time to collect myself, because I was maybe crying just a little bit. I'm very invested in this story, so we'll have a little sip and we'll continue. It was raining, true. It was just raining. It's an unfortunate day for rain, wasn't it? I don't remember the line properly, but you know exactly the one I'm referencing. There we go. Can rain any day. Valid. But with this, suddenly becomes a very rainy day. Unfortunate as it is. Let's hope it stays that way, Salop. Let's hope. Let's keep going. And Raiders, I hope you enjoy the reading time. It's a quick, clumsy affair, just a little peck. Not the kind of kiss two grown adults might be expected to share, but nonetheless, Gentle warmth spreads through my body from the place our lips touched. The sensation so pleasant, so nice. I can hardly believe it's real. Our surroundings dissolve, and the world takes on a new face. A plane of tranquil light, created by Giselle, into which the mansion's darkness slowly seeps.
Nice.
The difference is, now I'm not so afraid to step back into it. All it took was that single, irreplaceable moment to change my everything. Though I can't see her there, I can feel her presence right beside me, her heart, and that she too can feel mine. I won't falter anymore. I'm through hesitating, wavering about in fear of my own weakness. I will look to the future. I will believe in myself because she believes in me. Done carrying the chains I created for myself. I have work to do. No more looking away from my responsibility. As the light dims and darkness begins to take over, I hear her voice in my ear. Michael, can I ask you to lend your hand to someone? You've set me free. Now, I'd like to do the same for her. This is something I don't think anyone else can do. Only you can rid the mansion of its darkness. I'm here with you too. So let's open the final door together, the true final door, and put an end to all this tragedy. I know we can. Now, we go, Michael, and do not let go of my hand. Giselle? Reality fades back into view. I'm looking at neither the endless, eroding darkness, nor the visions of my past, but the sea of blood spreading in all directions. Ooh. That's quite the whiplash from a scene like that, but is the game gonna pull it? Are we gonna have one more door? I'm standing at the top of the observation tower, outside the door. I returned, in Morgana's world. Her bitter, hate-filled, curse-filled world. To tell you the truth, I didn't see this coming. This is my mansion, my domain. She was supposed to be locked up, but it would seem my will is not as absolute as I had thought. What would you call that? The power of love? Is that what allowed this to happen? Oh, try it. Where's the magic, the miracle? And think of one other reason she was able to escape. It's the only way we'll be able to find the power we need to cast off the darkness of this house. But first, before we do anything else, must open this door. Whatever the nonsense that woman filled your head with, certainly seems to have put some fight into those eyes. Well, good for you, my dear. Well, confidence boost doesn't erase the fact that you were on the ground crawling through the filth like a worm, tears streaming down your face as you tried to ignore what lay before you. A little self-esteem isn't going to make you any less helpless when you step through that door. But that won't stop me from trying. Done acting like you're some inevitability, some force of nature. It's time for me to take a stand, Morgana. The air around the door has a distinct chill to it as I place my hand against the wood surface. My arms, once bloody and lacerated, are now whole again. can feel my entire body, everything back in its rightful place. Taking a breath, lift my head, focus my gaze on the door, and push it open, resting on the back of my hand. I can feel another palm, soft and warm. Through the single window sitting high atop the wall shines a ray of light. A black butterfly flutters within the beam. Its form is indistinct, wavering like a mirage. It slowly descends to the tower floor. And then, from within the darkness, a person appears. Is that you, Morgana? How does it feel to finally meet the real thing, my dear? I knew you're young, but you really are still a child. Having heard her tale, I know she died still a girl, and I know how she came to bear so much hatred for the world. But knowing and seeing are two very different things. The sight of her bony, adolescent body is a painful reminder that she never had a chance to know happiness, to know adulthood before being robbed of her life. Also, as you can see, she is missing her left hand or her left arm. I had assumed a monster would be your first reaction. With a face and a body like this. How very sweet of you, Michael. So tell me, what exactly do you mean to do now that you're here? Your ultimate goal was, as I understood it, to take Giselle back. She's no longer here for me to return to you. She broke out of my cage and exhausted what remained of her soul to show herself to you. I don't perceive even a trace of her presence any longer, so I presume her soul shattered, dissipated into nothing. No, she's right here beside me. Is that so? You seem to believe as much anyway. It only makes your presence here a bigger mystery. I know. You want revenge. I made you miserable while you were alive, and I continue to torment you in death. You entrusted me with Giselle's life, and I used her for my own ends. You must despise me. Hatred fills you. You want to curse me, to kill me. My death could well mean the end of all this. Shall I grant you that wish? She flicks a finger, and the next second, a long sword clatters to the floor at my feet. For context, we're not exactly back in reality. Everyone involved is dead. No one's alive. This is some sort of afterlife. One that Morgana seems to be very much in control of. Take the blade in your hand, and like the knight of old who executed the witch, pierce my heart with it. Do now what should have happened then. You always wanted to be a knight, didn't you? Go on, pick it up. Show me your revulsion, my dear. Morgana, I do have a reason for being here. I came to save you. Did you hit your head on the way up? You came to save who? It's been so long trying to look away. when I should have been trying to look deeper. To tell you the truth, your constant chattering in the darkness evoked more than annoyance in me. I empathized with your loneliness. I bear no hatred for you. It was my despair that brought you back to life, so that makes it my responsibility to end it. My own wish has given me all the redemption I need, my dear. Or should I be expecting another self-righteous lecture about how hatred does you no good? Brilliant, Michael. Brilliant. Do you have any idea how absurdly presumptuous you're being? But, hello, Bobo. Coming in with the bonk, I see. Prepare the forehead with a headpan, and then just brutally, mercilessly bonked. Adorable. You're trying to mask the cursed content with the
Hevonia.
I see it. Don't worry. Too tired. I assume it's been a long day for you, so I hope you can get to relax. And you enjoy the stream, because we're reading and we might actually reach the true end of the game. Maybe. Just maybe. We're only 2 hours in, so we got all the opportunity to do so. That sounds like a rough day. Do take care and relax, okay? I hope you managed to get home already as well. Brilliant, Michael. Brilliant. Do you have any idea how absurdly presumptuous you're being? Trying to force your idea of redemption onto someone who has no interest in it? If the tale you show me was the whole truth, then I would have said you could revile those heartless men as much as you pleased. Cup holder time? Yatta! Cup holder time. Drive safe, darling. But I refuse to believe that's the whole story. The men I saw beyond the first 3 doors had genuine concerns and worries. They felt things, real human emotions, even if those things ultimately led them down a path of destruction. Wanting to do something nice for the one you care about, being disgusted at the things you've done, hiding your urges from those around you. You certainly couldn't call them good men, but they were real people with real conflicts. So you're saying I'm lying? And say I blame you? Who would believe the word of a witch? I don't think you falsified your account, Morgana. The tragedy, or the grisly reality you described. I don't doubt any of that happened. You wouldn't be here otherwise. But I learned something in my years. Reality exists from more than one perspective. Oh, darlings, we have learned that too. We've seen a lot of the events from so many perspectives, which has actually been a really good way to tell this story. Because more and more you actually get context for this. Context for the whole story. Doesn't change what happened. The two-faced young man deceived me. The beast severed my arm. The greedy, power-hungry lord used me for his own personal gain. Events by themselves don't tell the whole story. Only when you take into account their circumstances, what they thought and felt, and their perspectives, only then can you say you've reached the truth. Your point being, are you going to march down to where their souls are and ask them for their perspective? Don't waste your breath. They'll only tell you what benefits themselves the most. Then we'd do it our way. We open the door to your past. And if I refuse, this is my domain, my world. It operates in accordance to my will. The door won't open unless I allow it to. Were you aware, Morgana, that I recovered my first memory in front of a mirror? You what? The same mirror Giselle used to practice her smile. In all those hundreds of years, bits of her memory came to reside within it. Every time she stood before that mirror, she had me in her heart. And next, I saw one of my own memories play out in my bedchamber. It was the first day after we opened the windows, when she let the morning sun into my room. That day was a turning point in my life. And why are you telling me this? Because it means this world doesn't belong to you only. It's also hers and mine. And that is why she was able to break free. Your wish is, without question, the most powerful of anyone's here. You have more authority over this place than anyone else. There is no denying your position as master of this mansion, but Giselle and I, we do have influence over this domain. I was the one who resurrected you, and she who served as your guide. The door will appear. Whether or not it is your will. Their souls reside here as well. They may spin convenient tales, but the memories ingrained upon their souls can tell no lies. All the pieces are on the board. The door will open. See, the door does open. What does that change? Nothing those men may have thought or felt can take back what they did to me. This rotting, broken creature they turned me into. I don't care what was going through their heads. They will never have my forgiveness. My hatred is unwavering. My wish will not be undone so easily. Their souls shall suffer for all eternity. Before we begin, Morgana, get one last lingering question out of the way. And what might that be? Who the white-haired girl is? That your lingering question? You've already established. That was you, Morgana. Apple, if you're still in chat, your guess was correct. At least in a way. I was also wrong. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, how the turntables indeed. So in a desperate plea to deny you came back as a woman, you're now trying to make me into her? That is perhaps the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. That was you, my dear. Don't avert your eyes. You must face reality. I'm not averting my eyes, and I'm not in denial. I I have faith. Faith that I only ever made it back to this mansion once, when I awoke in the rocking chair beside the fireplace. Nevertheless, that hardly justifies accusing me of being that foolish girl. Could you possibly think I was her? Never have I not been present in these walls. No, not even while she was alive, and in the close of tragedy. My hair is not white, nor are my eyes red. And look at this horrid, festering face. How could I ever become her? How your soul appears is irrelevant in this case, Morgana. I will uncover the truth about you, things even you don't know. And if I can show that you were in fact the white-haired girl, in that moment will your reality be rewritten. I'm so confident. Then be my guest. Find out for yourself just how little you're capable of. Blackness fills the observation tower once more. Morgana fades into the distance, leaving me alone in the dark stream. It's a darkness I've seen, felt, and been consumed by numerous times since arriving at the mansion. But this time, I welcome it, praying that beyond it lies a truth with the power to release all from the house's grip. The next tale has no narrator. I won't sit back and listen as someone recount the path of fate for me. No, I have to find the path for myself this time. I don't know what awaits me beyond the black. But no matter what it may be, so long as I have the power to provide a redemption, I must never put down my sword. Now, let us open the door. The final door. The game really did this to me, didn't it? Ah. There is more. There is. There is yet more. Yup. Very true, Tsalo. Ironically, I seem to. Indeed. I just keep adding them for every stream of Fata Morgana we do after a certain point in time, which I'm not quite sure when that was, but we've been finishing the game for quite a few times now. I can't help but think this is absolutely hilarious, because the game was like, Michael's and Giselle's story comes to a beautiful, heartfelt conclusion. But there's more. There is more to the story. I think it's safe to say that Michael's and Giselle's story is now close, completely done. But the entire story of the game isn't. So what I'll do at this point is I'll have a little break and we'll start the final part, the very last part. which is to say that there will be no Hollow Knight tonight. We'll just keep reading. But I'll be back momentarily. I'll leave you with some lo-fi. And then we'll continue. Get some water, stretch your legs. That's what I'll do. Oh no, Dilly. Do stay if you can, but understandable. We'll continue Hollow Knight next week. My initial plan was that we'll play Hollow Knight if we'll finish this in like 2-3 hours. But we're not gonna. It's gonna be a full-length stream of Fata Morgana, and I don't think we'll be finishing tonight. But I'll be back in just a moment, and we'll continue. Stretch your legs, get some water. I'll do that. And I'll see you in a moment. Mwah. Hello, darlings. And we are back.
Hey, God. And hey, Bobcat.
Hi, darlings. How you doing?
And Janne. Hey there.
Had to make some more tea for myself. When I had the opportunity.
Oi. Why, Bonke?
Hello there.
How are we doing here? I'm just doing a little keep staying alive, taking care of myself before we continue. And there we go. Misclick though, it was a very good bonking sound. You know when you bonk something hollow, the very satisfaction you get from the beautiful echo you just created? Yeah. Thank you so much for the head pass, Risa Lilfa. I think we're just gonna continue, darlings. We're just gonna continue. Probably going to go blank again for just a moment. It's just a life with full screen games. I have no idea where we are, what time is it, in the game that is, what time period we're in. We'll just see where we are and what happens. Hope you enjoy the reading. I bought you some food. I have to eat something. You barely touched your food yesterday. Come on, please. Just leave it there. Her hands aren't bound. She can eat whenever she pleases. But she's not going to last much longer. Boy has a point. He won't eat. He'll lose our supply of blood. It's not what I meant. Leave it there. We'll be back. You really have to go? Yeah, things are pretty hectic right now. When do you suppose you'll be back? Tomorrow, same time as today. And you'll have enough time to talk then? Is this the Blackson her the boy's sister? Will you... Yeah. Are you hiding something from me? You're acting kind of funny. For my sister, I didn't keep anything from you. You're not yourself though. What's so different about me? Well, you're not acting much like a prince. You're right, of course. Don't worry, I'm still your prince, same as always. We're getting the Morgana backstory, if I had to guess. I mean, we did get her story already. I think... Because the thing is that I don't think Morgana lied in her story. It was just completely from her perspective. It wasn't... Yeah. exactly as Ducky says, this is the perspective of the other people involved in the story. So this would be the context around the men who would later become Mel, Yukimasa, and Jacopo, and what they did in Morgana's time, but not just from Morgana's perspective. So I think like exactly as Taki says, that's what we're gonna witness. So this is Morgana's backstory plus context. Because, well, Morgana painted them, the men, as like completely and wholly evil. So, but we know that that's not really how life works, right? That's not really how it works. It's much more complicated, it's much more messy. So, I believe that this is to sort of humanize them and kind of show that even though, like, you don't have to be evil to do horrible things, it kind of gives context to those people who did horrible things to Morgana. Because if you just paint someone as wholly evil, completely irredeemable, I think you'll just lose a lot of context there. Situations vary, not applicable always, but in most cases, if somebody does something bad, that doesn't mean they're wholly an evil person. So this might give just an interesting spin to that, is what I think. So we'll see. Good night, Nelly, my princess. Exactly, Janne. Human minds are horrendously complicated things. 100%. You can be kind of evil and do good things, or you can be good deep down and kind of good, but also do bad things. It's rarely completely black and white. It's rarely ever so simple. But if you think about Morgana's story, her story painted the men in a very one-dimensional light. They did bad thing because they were evil. They were shitty people, so they did bad thing. But is it truly so simple? Is it really that simple? How did I end up in this mess? I never wanted this. All I wanted was a quiet life. Someone get me out of here. Take this thing somewhere far away. Tell me I'm not the bad one here. God, I'm begging you. Just make it all go away. Anyone, get me out of here. A familiar line. Look. The stars, they were beautiful. Though, with it so bright out, I worry someone might see us. Everyone's long gone. I hope so. Are you ashamed? A little. I still want to be with you. Have you ever considered leaving the convent? Can't just stop being a nun, you know? She's pretty. It's not that simple. Made vows, sworn my life to the service of God. Not aware. Didn't know how much about this land's traditions. Is this the person who would become Yukimasa? I think he was a foreigner in his original life too, I guess. If I were to leave the church, it would have to be in my next life. I'd like to be a normal girl, lead a normal life, get married, have kids. And before I know it, I'm an old lady, thinking, it was an uneventful life, but it was the best I could have asked for. That's my dream. That sounds very peaceful. I hope we can be together in our next lives too. Have a nice, quiet life together. We'll be a city on the water, looking out over a beautiful, glimmering emerald sea. Sounds like Venice. Blue sky spreading as far as the eye can see. Sound of the seabirds quelling by the port. The two of us sitting shoulder to shoulder, just looking out over the city. Doesn't that sound wonderful? It certainly does. I would love that. The Harvest Festival. On the day of the festival. Ooh. And also, as Ducky said, it can be much easier to just paint someone as evil rather than thinking that someone who wronged you weren't actually an inherently evil person. Because, let's be honest, there are actually evil people, but they are so incredibly rare. So, you know, sure, it's easy to say that someone who wronged you or did you wrong in any way is just an evil person, but they probably aren't. They're just a person making a mistake, fucking up, or just simply doing something bad. Doesn't mean you have to forgive them, doesn't mean you have to forget, but it's not necessarily true that they're evil. But them not being evil doesn't also mean that you have to inherently forgive them. Sorry, I'm also watching snake dinner time happen. Oh, I think she was having a sleep. And exactly as you say, Brova, being wronged doesn't give you a reason to do or a justification to do something evil in retaliation. It's always a curious time. The snake feeding time. Just gonna have some tea and let's continue. Had to make some more tea for myself. Wake up. Please wake up. Come on. Open your eyes. Oh, wait a second. Michael. Huh? Is Michael also going to be involved in this? Or is he just going to essentially be a bystander? Because who knows if Michael actually existed in this time? So bright. Outside. Like feels like needles in my eyes. The first thing I see beyond the mansion's darkness is blinding light. The sun glares mercilessly overhead. A gentle breeze blows past and I can hear birds chirping from several different directions. Each breath I take fills my lungs with the scent of earth and grass. So much time has passed since I've been in the light. Almost feel like I'm alive again. No, not almost. What's going on? On earth is this? Is this the Fata Morgana lift? Michael! Huh? Thank goodness you can hear me. Good morning, Master. Hope you slept well. Giselle? Is that voice really you? I swear it's me 100%. Not that mean old phony. So don't you worry. No, I believe it's you. I just was not expecting to be able to hear you here. I did say I would always be by your side. Damn it. So cute. I'm relieved. But where are you, Giselle? Can't see you anywhere. Well, I'm not exactly sure myself. You don't know? I don't know how to describe it. It's pitch dark all around me. The black smoke churning in the darkness. Feels a lot like inside the mansion. But I don't think I'm actually in the mansion. So you're still trapped in the void then? I can see a shimmer of light off in the distance. Through the fog. And I can hear sounds coming from that direction. It's like the outside world is leaking through the light. I can see the trees rustling, hear birds singing. Can't see you though. So I assumed I was seeing through your eyes. And I thought I'd try getting your attention. So that means you can see everything I can? Seems so. But I don't think I can see quite as clearly as you. I wish you could be here to feel this too. Experience it in my place even. The bizarre sensation. While I could see and feel the worlds through the other doors, but strictly in the capacity of an observer. We were merely watching, not actually present in the tales, this time, it's like I've been resurrected and dropped into the world as a participant. It's also vivid. Everything the mansion lacked, it's all here. I can feel it so clearly. Wish you could have been the one to experience this. It's okay, Michael. I know you'll dispel this darkness I'm in, won't you?
Thank you for the headpats.
I will. I'm more than happy just being able to hear your voice. Being able to see what you see. It's like a miracle. Me too. I'm glad to know you're there. To have the chance to hear your voice again. Thank you so much for saving me. If I hadn't shown up, I wouldn't be here. Oh no, I should be thanking you. Just a moment, doing a posture check. These two being so lovey-dovey. Sorry, I'm just following the nom nom process happening right next to me. I was overjoyed to learn how much you really cared about me. There are so many things I want to say right now. So many things I want you to know. So many thank yous. And so many I love yous. Is that really the best response you've got? Surely you can do better than that. You're embarrassing me. I am somewhat disappointed by one thing though. Can't get any hugs or kisses since I'm not there in person. Oh, come on. You're not very good at this, are you? You're not very good at picking up on how much you're embarrassing me. I'd expect at the very least that me too. We should start by figuring out when and where exactly this is. You're not even trying, are you? I'm doing the best I can. Please don't ask any more than this of me. It's okay though. Might not be able to see you, but we're together either way. Try harder. There we go. The girl has found her prey. I say prey, but it's dinner. Dinner was waiting for her. Michael, I think I might be able to help too. I thought you were talking about Giselle for a second. I think clarifying that I'm following the snake lady, having her dinner. I think that may have been a good choice, but in any case. While I can't be there in person and give you ideas, another point of view when you're not sure about something. The two of us together, we'll find a way through this. Yes, we will. Where to begin? What do you say we get our bearings? List out exactly what we need to take care of. It's not a bad idea. I'm a bit frazzled at the moment, to tell you the truth. What? Why? I had assumed we would just be observers, like with the doors. searching their memories for clues. Never expected I'd actually be thrown into their era. True, it's not at all like the other doors. No matter how the rules may change, I'm seeing this through to the end. So I guess it's correct. We have arrived at Morgana's past. Then we need to uncover the truth behind those events. Or rather, the three men's circumstances. What they felt, what drove them. My gut tells me there's something to be found there that even Morgana doesn't know. Sorry, I'm just checking that everything is okay with the snake lady. The answer is yes. She had dinner. Successfully and comfortably. Now she'll have she's gonna have a little after meal rest of a couple of days. I could be wrong, and it's possible that even if I am right, what we find won't do anything to quell her hatred. But we won't be talking her out of it, that's for sure. Words won't break through that kind of animosity. We need something bigger, something she could never have imagined. Something that will turn her entire worldview on its head. The white-haired girl might be a good place to start. She showed up at the mansion again and again, as though led there by some supernatural force. She was involved with all three men in some way. Can't think of anyone else with such deep ties to both the mansion and the men. That was absolutely not a twist that I was expecting. I was expecting that maybe Morgana was manipulating Michael's soul so that a part of Michael would have come back as Michelle and she could drive the event so that all things lead to a tragedy. But I think, and I didn't expect the fact that Morgana herself was the white-haired girl. But at the same time, I have a hard time convincing myself that the Morgana we know and the white-haired girl could be the same person. They're about as different as two people can be, which actually leads me to believe there's something there. There must be something. Some secrets we haven't figured out yet that we can use. So let's find it. It won't be easy. We are in the past though. I wonder maybe we could change it? This could be a huge chance for us. Change the past. Yeah, we could prevent Morgana's death. Or we could stop whatever led them down this path. There's an idea. It's actually possible. So we can do something. The question is this world really? Now I'm getting kind of pumped. Put my game face on and I'm ready to do this. She's honestly really cute. Could be ideal Morgana, or that it is a mixture of Morgana's and Michelle's memories. Yeah, like a phase of Michelle as an adult because the resemblance is striking. So it's like a memory of Michelle from Michael's memories, puppeted by Morgana. But I think she does have something to do with, like, what actually happened to Morgana. I think she was maybe an actual person even. Fuck, I have further theories. I will talk about them if we come to it. It doesn't do much good if no one can see it. The fear of speech. Okay, first things first, we need to find the mansion. Morgana should be at the top of the observation tower. And the three men shouldn't be too far off either. Wasn't today something else? I had planned on playing Life is Strange, but I don't think I have time to have an extra stream for Fata Morgana tomorrow, so we're doing Fata Morgana today. And next week, more Fata Morgana, but also something else. Maybe Life is Strange, maybe Hollow Knight. We'll see. If they do change the past and make Morgana not die, what would happen to Michael and Giselle? Would they still meet? I'd say that Morgana probably had nothing to do with the events that led Michael and Giselle to meet, so I think... I have no idea. I think they'd meet, but I also think nothing about their past would change. Because unless Morgana somehow decided to call the knights to kill Michael, then I think they're still going to die in the mansion, or Michael's gonna die in the mansion. I lost the end of Michael's story. There's a good bit of it, so the vaudeville will be up after the stream, so you can catch up. It's definitely something worth checking out because holy shit. I actually had a really hard time reading it because it's actually unimaginably hard not to cry and have your voice start to waver while you're pretty much crying. It was that good, that satisfying. Highly recommended. Highly recommended. The VOD will be up right after stream, so anything you may have missed will be there. And after a little while, it'll be up on YouTube as well, with all the other Fata Morgana VODs, except very first two, I think. Which brings me again to the fact that I think I'll be doing the videos for just all of the Fata Morgana readings into a couple of separate videos, which does mean that I have to re-record the entire first story and maybe a portion of the second one. But it's no biggie. with just reading, it's gonna be a couple of hours tops. So the question is, where are we? Do you recognize the surroundings at all? I never really left the mansion, so I'm not especially familiar with the lay of the land. Give me a little spin, would you? As she requests, I slowly spin around in a circle, as through the dense woods. I spot a cluster of what appears to be stone formations. Squinting to get a better look, I realize they're buildings. It's decently far off, but it appears to be the edge of a city. I think that might be the village I stayed at for a while. It's a bit big for a village. Don't you remember what Amedi said about the village's history? Amedi, that bastard. Michael, you didn't just think something uncharacteristically vulgar just now, did you? Wouldn't dream of it. Yes, I remember. He said it was once much larger. It was destroyed in a single week by the witch's curse. Except, rather than a curse, it was probably disease. I think Morgana herself said that a plague fell upon the city, and pretty much the entire population just died. And thank you for the hydrate, Salop. I'm actually starting to think that the era when Michael and Giselle lived isn't actually that far off into the future. Relating to when Morgana lived. Like, I think the eras are actually quite close by, I'd imagine. Because it had been some time between when the little village where Giselle visited after running away from Michael. It was in disrepair, but it wasn't like completely gone, so maybe 100 years apart. I think that's a fair guess. Like, it was in ruins, to be sure, so it's not like a decade or something. Has to be much more, but a century, maybe 2. So that would put Morgana to have lived somewhere in the 9th or 10th century, maybe 8th or 9th century, considering we were at the end of the 11th century in the in Michael's and Giselle's story. So it's probably somewhere between 8th and 10th century where Morgana lived. So it's not like she lived in like during the like times of the Roman Empire or something like that. Have lived in 14th century, that was around the Black Plague. True. But Michael and Giselle were in the 11th, And she had to be earlier than that, so it has to be before. It has to be the 10th century or earlier. But that stuff, those diseases have lived for a long time, and I don't think we have any kind of records of them. So, you know, it was a disease. Pretty bad one at that too, it seemed. But let's continue, see where this is heading. I'm still excited, but I'm also so satisfied with the end of Michael's and Giselle's story. It was beautiful. And also what Ska said earlier, maybe could be something to the likes of Dragon Ball time travel. They just make a different timeline. That would make sense. That would actually make a lot of sense too. It is still unclear if Michael and Giselle are like put there, but they're kind of just ghosts that they can't interact or do anything. They're kind of just like watchers, but a little bit more watchers or observers. But they're actually a little bit more solidly in there, you know? They're experiencing it as themselves. Or the house is granting their wish to actually go back. At this point, anything is possible. I'm not going to dismiss anything. Maybe it's that they're experiencing the story much more vividly, or maybe they have actually created a new timeline, or maybe they actually popped into that timeline and maybe have the ability to change things. We'll see. Sorry, I'm just looking at what the snake lady is doing. Let's keep going. If that's the same city, then it fits with what Morgana said happened. I believe he also said something about there being a large bridge on the outskirts of the city, and that following the path from there would lead to the mansion. So let's head down to the city. Right. Don't sound very enthusiastic. Are you nervous you might have to talk to someone? Don't worry. You've got me here. Don't treat me like I'm antisocial. You're not? That's not bothering me. It's something about this whole thing feels off. This world we're in. Never mind. I'm probably overthinking things. But now's not the time for that. We need to get moving. Let's go. Rather than wasting time fretting over details, we needed to get to the mansion like she said. Everything else comes after that. With each step, I can feel the earth compressing beneath my feet, the grass flattening. As I weave my way through the trees, toward the city, the sensation of having a living flesh and blood body slowly returns. Oh, hello. And finally home, Welcome home, Mabo. Get very comfy. And soon sleep. Time to cook the pizza and open the beer. I had to read it. I love it. And it sounds like a plan. Uh, uh, uh. God, I wish I had voice mod working so I could just do an echo like, ah. A white-haired man just appeared out of nowhere. And he's talking to himself. Gotta get away before he does something. Hold it right there, Mel. You don't get to call me crazy and then just run off. How do you know my name? How? Why wouldn't I? We were just in the mansion together. Mansion? What are you talking about? Right, he hasn't become the shadow in the mansion yet. I doubt I would forget seeing someone as unusual as you. Go to sleep. You sleep well, Salop. And you take lots of care. And again, thank you for being here. I hope you had a comfy time. And you sleep well. Oblivion dialogue moment. What a fucking asshole that guy was. Burn him. Such a rude thing to talk about. 100% boy mode. Still rude. It's just... It's weird. It's not the rudest thing you can do, but it's pretty rude discussing someone's gender behind their back, but within earshot. It's one of those casually rude things. Anything better than that is not rude in my Overton window of customer service. Window does moo quite a bit working customer service, doesn't it? Usually it's fine, but usually customer service can be fine, but some customers are. Some people, as we discussed before, not great, not fantastic. Gotta make that bread, right? Gotta get that bread, gotta make that bank. All the strength to you, Babo, and take care. That is fucked up, in any case. And rude, and shouldn't happen. But you're valid, and we love you here. First content at all. And all. Then, do take care not to fall apart. Get comfy. And soon, sleep. It's been a long day. Let's continue. Who are you? Oh, it's gonna go blank again for just a moment. Life hack. I'm on the Sisyphean girl boss grinds at 24/7. I don't have the time to think about how much I'm suffering. Welcome. We truly live in a society, don't we? I know 100% Skull. It's like, yeah, like, how would I explain it? It can be... It's not necessarily like always an offense. It's more like just being uncomfortable with the fact that somebody might see you as a different gender as you are. It's that, but it can also just be an insult too. For example, because of my height, if I wear my bomber jacket, it's a pretty fluffy, big bomber jacket, so it actually makes my shoulders look much wider than they actually are. So I remember one time me and Misia were in the store together. She also witnessed it, and like I had my bomber jacket on, ripped jeans, combat boots. Not to top, I think I had like a, I don't remember if I had like a Harley Davidson or a band top underneath, but in any case, there was this guy who just like, we were going to the cashiers and there was this guy who wanted to like tell me that, like, noticed that I was like extremely tall and wanted to tell me that like you can go before them, but he thought I was a guy. But then I just turned to him, just all calm, all gentle, and was like, a guy? In this voice, like, a guy? And I saw him just freeze for a moment. And that moment gave me so much satisfaction. He started apologizing profusely and was like, no worries, no worries. Absolutely no worries. It's okay. Because he realized I was just like, a guy? No malice, no nothing. But the moment he froze, it was beautiful. I'm just going to blame it on my bomber jacket because it really changes my silhouette so much. But it also makes me look a little more intimidating, so...
Baba Booey.
You know. Baba Booey indeed. Thank you for the bits, darling. Baba is Booey. But yeah, that was one of like the funnier moments. Like he just casually like gave a passing glance. Sure, I had the Anya smug smile on my face. Oh god, I was wearing a mask though. Basically, Skull, yeah. That, like, I have pretty, like, really, like, average shoulders. My silhouette is, like, generally really, really feminine, but that bomber jacket is big. So it does almost give me those Joestar shoulders. So he gave me a passing glance and was just like, okay, that's probably a guy considering I'm almost 2 meters tall. And then he just hears the voice of like, a guy? And immediately the freeze, it gave me such satisfaction. Not like malicious or anything. I was just happy in that moment. But that was a beautiful moment and I cherish it. Because I knew I will look much more masculine wearing that jacket. So he fell for it. Not that I'm doing it on purpose, but I was just like, I did play it up even further, the feminine voice, maybe pitched a little higher. So he was sure he was actually talking to a woman who was just incredibly tall. I think I was like a healthy 1.5 heads length taller than him. So watching the realization set in, the beautiful moment. I loved it. But instead he started apologizing profusely and I was just like, no worries, no worries. But the confusion on his face, priceless. He wasn't wearing a mask either, I think. Though I was, and as Ducky said, sure I had a Anya smug smile on my face. It wasn't a smile anymore even, it was a grin. I'm not sure why I'm harping on this story so much. But I really loved that moment, so I wanted to share that with you, darlings. So I think we can continue. Get insulted in a pretty regular frequency around there. I'm so sorry to hear that. That is absolute bullshit. But I think you're valid, and I love you. So, that's a complaint? My god. So what was the preferred background music then? Top 3 reggaeton house chill hits for normal people. Boring. But I guess that's the consumer base. Good night, Bobcat. Thank you for being here, and you sleep well. Take lots of care, and I hope I'll see you around next week again. My god, that new manager sounds Absolutely fucking fantastic.
Thank you for the headbuds, Bobcat.
I'll do a little posture check and then we'll continue. Make an attack helicopter Joe, but he was just trying to be supportive. I mean, I can see that if you, like, make the joke, like, sarcastically, like, in a satirical sense, essentially you make fun of people making that joke, then it's not the joke that's funny, but the fact that you're making fun of people who would make that joke, and that joke could be funny. Confused, but has the right idea. Yeah. Might be a little confused, but he has the right spirit. Heart is in the right place. But it depends on the joke. If it's just straight up that joke. Yes. Bit yikes. But if you do get the feeling that he is just trying to be supportive, or says something like that, actually, honestly, ironically, to show support, then that makes sense. There's so much context to that. Was just going off about how it doesn't tolerate any shit talk about other people's sexuality or gender. Absolutely based. Heart is in the right place. Maybe confused. Heart is in the right place. Gotta go to bed. You sleep well as well, Deli. And good night. Thank you for being here. And was happy to have you. And indeed, let's hope tomorrow will be much better. But here, let's continue for a while. I think I also want to go to bed soon-ish. But I also want to see how this develops. So now, it is time we continue. Where? I'd like to know that myself. Say something, Michael. It's not getting any less suspicious of you. You come up with some way to break the tension. Rising isn't exactly my strong suit. This choice fucks. Let's go with the normal one. Give me just a second. Let's go. Cosplayers in the wild rule? Hell yeah. It's convention time. I understand. That's how you always find out if there is a convention nearby. Just the wild cosplayers. It sure looked like you just popped out of nowhere. You imagined it. Was so sudden your mind misinterpreted what you saw? Not too much of a stretch. Yeah, you're right. Must have been seeing things. People can't just appear out of thin air. On nice days like this, I'll sometimes climb a tree and take a nap too. And then roll over and fall flat on my face. Hi, Manita. Thank you so much for the raid, darling. And hi, raiders. Hope you had a comfy stream. And how are you doing, darlings? We're doing a bit of a reading of the visual novel House in Fata Morgana. Thank you so much, Bobo, for doing the shout out. Was just about to ask. Thank you so much, darling. Of course, if a person rates, they get a shout out. But welcome, darlings. If you're new here, hi, I'm Inari, your comfy Vixen streamer, doing variety streams, currently doing a read through of, oh my god, darlings, chill, doing a reading of House in Fata Morgana. We're extremely late in the game, so spoiler warning. If you want to play the game yourself, this is going to be massive spoilers. However, if you're here for a comfy reading time and some tangents every now and then, you're in the right place, darling. Fata Morgana never ends. That is very, very true, Meta. We managed to witness the end of Michael's and Giselle's story, but now we're not actually done. Oh no, no, no. Currently, we're witnessing the context and the thoughts and feelings and situations of the men that Morgana decided to curse and what was really going on. Considering her story and recounting of what she went through was slightly one-dimensional. So now we get the rest of the story. And good night, Ducky. And sleep well. Thank you for being here again. And I'll catch you later. I'm gonna go blank for just a second. And there we go. Let's just continue, darlings. Oh. So, I can relate. Michael napping in a tree. Can't even imagine it. Me neither. So it would seem that, like Morgana's, I'm the only one who can hear Giselle's voice. That doesn't explain how you know my name. I am... you know. You look a lot like an acquaintance of mine. Imagine my surprise when it turns out you have the same name too. He's a terrible liar. But it's definitely pushing it. Oh, yeah, that happens to me every now and then too. Geez, you had me spooked for a second there. Well, on one hand, I'm glad he bought it. Perhaps he's a little too trusting. He's the kind of guy who just keeps on walking when he runs across something out of the ordinary, pretending he didn't see a thing. Not the most admirable of traits, but we're in the clear. Give him a break, he spent like 3 years in isolation. That's more than 3. Wasn't it closer to 13 years? Just living alone? Something like that. At least 10 years. So suddenly having to socialize after 10 years of isolation ain't easy, I'd imagine. Assume you're from the city then, if you're out here. Actually no, I'm a wanderer of sorts. Oh, ah. Ah, did you come by to see the Harvest Festival then? Harvest Festival? You don't know about it then? 3 days from now we're holding a festival at the church to celebrate the spring harvest. 3 days. Morgana died when the bell tolled noon on the day of the festival, which means she's got that much time left. So will be the first time we've held the festival, so we're hoping to make it into a big event, something really memorable. And a young girl is dying behind the scenes of this seemingly pleasant celebration. Her death is 3 days from now. That might give us enough time to do something about it. Could I ask you to show me the way to the church? I'd like to join in on the festivities. Sure, yeah, of course. The church's doors are open to all, friends and family and wanderers alike. It's not far, follow me. Thank you. Didn't occur to me until now. But this really is a strange experience. A boy from a completely different time period, who I would have never had the opportunity to meet. If he is here, then presumably the other two are as well. Which means Morgana's wish for their reconstruction was actually granted. This Mel doesn't seem like any different a person than the one I observed through the first door. Yet he played a part in Morgana's imprisonment. Had trouble believing he would voluntarily involve himself though. I was scared for a minute there. That could have gone a lot worse. But last we managed to make contact with Mel in record time. She's interacted with him and the others before, so I guess this doesn't feel as strange to her. You don't want him to hear you talking to yourself again? That's why you're not saying anything to me, isn't it? Actually, I think I can talk to you without speaking. Can you hear me? How are you doing that? For context, Giselle is a little bit of well, they're both technically dead, witnessing events in the past. And it appears Giselle has somehow managed to become a little sprite in Michael's head. Michael isn't as dead as Giselle, so I guess he managed to make himself a physical form for the time being, while Giselle is in his head. I have a lot of experience talking to ghosts. That really drives home how bizarre things were for you in that mansion. Were you not in similar circumstances when it was you and Morgana together? Yeah, now that you mention it. What a bizarre time we both had in that mansion. I'm just now realizing this. So what's your expression of him? Sorry, impression. My impression? That he is the same Mel as always? A little more detail. He's an amicable young man. Not enough to show a complete stranger around. I agree. Morgana's version of the story, he betrayed her. He doesn't seem like the kind of person who would enthusiastically do something so malicious. He had to have some reason. And we need to figure out what that was. The question is, how do we go about it? hardly have enough time to earn his trust and convince him to tell us the truth himself. I'll just have to put the knowledge I already have to good use. Oh, that reminds me. Something that might explain it. No, about Morgana. When you were alive, she was always right there with you, like I am now, right? Whenever it struck her fancy, yes. She didn't seem to care when or where. She would just start talking whenever she felt like it. Whenever? For the most part, yes. Anytime she wanted. Giselle? You don't have to worry about that with me. I know when to keep my mouth shut. Promise. What? You said you feel like you're alive again, right? My 5 senses all seem to be in working order. Which means you'll also be getting hungry, tired, sleepy, and you'll, you know, you'll have to go to the bathroom. I'll be polite and close my eyes and block my ears while you're doing it. Thanks. Who'd possess her to bring that up? Does she even realize what she's saying? Oh gosh, now I'm red as a tomato. That answers that. Moving right along. We need to discuss how we're going to go about this. Right, that. The Harvest Festival is our deadline. It doesn't give us very much time. We need a plan for when we arrive at the mansion. How about we spill their secrets? Tell everyone about the girl they've locked up in the tower and force them to set her free. Surely they wouldn't stand for that? Perhaps, but would anyone believe me? If I walked in and said I come from the future and that I know what's going to happen, would anyone actually buy that? Sure, without enough convincing. Even if I did manage to convince them, the tower door was locked in Morgana's rendition of the tale. You need 3 keys to get inside. Mel should have one of them, but stealing his alone won't be enough to get into the tower. True. If Giselle is right, and we can save Morgana and change the future, then that would indeed solve everything. But something about this whole situation still doesn't sit right with me. I have to do more than just set her free of that tower. I have to find the truth as well, as I initially set out to do. Regardless, I like to try and stay on everyone's good side as much as possible for now. Okay, I'll do whatever I can to help. I appreciate it. I mean, as you know, conversation is not exactly my strong suit. Which means it's my job to hit the brakes whenever you say something stupid. It's a bit too late if I've already said it. Anyway, step 1 is to get ourselves into the mansion and hope to make contact with the other 2 men, much less Morgana. Out of there, if we're not staying nearby. Do what I can. Almost there. I see the big building in the distance, and that's the church. It is the same mansion as I suspected. Seeing it now, knowing what horrible things happened there, so disheartening. Are happening as we speak. The tower we see in the distance, when it's locked up all alone. Wish we could just march in there and set her free. If getting into the tower were our only goal, we could probably force our way in with a little work. Is something the matter? Well, I could probably Well, I could probably overpower him and get his key. Hello? The other two that almost certainly wouldn't work for. Can you hear me? Oh yes, sorry. Was lost in thought. Seems kind of strange, doesn't it? What does? I mean, it doesn't look much like a church. At a glance, you'd think it was some noble's estate. Oh, so it does. And so long there, it never even occurred to me. I was pretty surprised when I first saw it myself. Peculiar place, all told. There's a chapel inside the mansion, with this gorgeous stained glass window. It's quite the sight. Do you know why it was built like that? I'm not actually sure myself, no. Anyway, I'll show you to the chapel. The saintess should be there too, so I can introduce you. The saintess? You've never heard of her? Everyone around here knows her. She's a nun at the church, and everyone calls her the saintess. She's practically her own religious figure. Oh, he's not talking about Morgana. You'll just have to see for yourself. Come on. Alright. On our way to the mansion, we passed through a courtyard of sorts. When I lived here, the area was overgrown with weeds. Currently, they kept it in better condition in this era. Following Mel's lead, we head through the chapel entrance. Oh my. I'm at a loss for words when I see what lies on the other side of those all too familiar doors. While it was barely recognizable as a place of worship in my memory, just 2 columns of battered pews and some piles of rubble, the room I'm looking at now is unequivocally a chapel. So this is what it used to look like. I wonder how far back this is from when we lived. Has to be more than a decade or two, be 100 years or more. This is almost word for word. Not word for word, but this is the exact guess Salop gave earlier. About 100 years or so, maybe more. The views and beliefs about the world prevalent in our time are not so different than those in this time. Perhaps the chapel was destroyed in the aftermath of the Harvest Festival. When I was first sent to the mansion, there were signs that repairs had been attempted. That stained glass window is behind the pulpit, and I'm guessing, though we can't see it from here. And right next to it is the door to the observation tower. Oh, there she is. There's no priest here. She runs the church. You want to talk to her first if you're planning to participate in the Harvest Festival. I'll go fetch her for you. Whisking his way between the pews, the boy disappeared into the back of the chapel, returning with a nun in tow. When I see her, my face twists for a brief moment. Oh God. I just realized who that is. Wonder if you do too. Shit. Good afternoon. Came to see the festival, I hear. It's wonderful to have you. Is that who I think it is? I'm all but certain at this point that all the major players from behind the 3 doors are present here. Not just the 3 men whose shadows remain in the mansion, but also the women who were important parts of their lives, though dressed differently. The way she speaks, and the way she holds herself resembles the woman killed by her lover behind the second door. Not my first guess, but that would be Pauline, as we knew her then. They're all connected. What we thought were three separate tales all stretched back to a single point in time before our own. Yep, that's Pauline. My first thought was, is that Amy? But that wouldn't have actually made that much sense, so... Is there something the matter? No, I was just thinking how unusual it is for one nun to be managing an entire church all by herself. Oh yes, that's the usual reaction from new visitors. Even I think this assignment is a bit over my head. Assignment? Oh well, I was at another church before this one. Smaller building. I wasn't the only nun. The lord of the land ordered me to transfer to a new, larger church he was opening. So here I am. The lord. There's plenty of space on the property. More than enough to provide shelter for orphan children and aid for the sick. Seems rather vacant from what I've seen. Yes, about that. He used to take people in, but circumstances have made that difficult of late. What kind of circumstances? Not something I can discuss with an outsider, sorry. Guessing it has to do with Morgana's imprisonment here. Do you think she knows about Morgana? I would guess not. Men swore to keep it between the three of them. So she's being forced to oversee the mansion completely oblivious of what's happening here. Which isn't to say she's not connected to it in some way. If she's the girl from the second tale, then she should be close with... Something troubling you? No, my apologies. Got lost in thought. You don't look it, but you're actually a bit of a daydreamer, aren't you? Daydreamer. Mel would fit that description much better. Mel would fit that description much better. What? Why? Do I really look like that much of an airhead? Oh, I can see that. Someone has to watch out for him or he's likely to lose his head in the clouds. I really don't think I'm that spacey. I'm not trying to say you're spacey. I just feel like I've got to keep one eye on you at all times. It's a lot like what I imagine having a little brother would be like. I'm an oldest child, you know. What's the big deal? You don't want a big sister? That is a strange interaction, but... Okay. Well, I want you to be my little brother. I don't want to be just capital S a sister to you. That's so stiff and formal. No, I want to be your sister. I'm a little old to be playing make-believe. Oh, come on. They're quite friendly with one another, it would seem. Oh, I know. Why don't you become her brother then? What? Senpai! Hey, darling. Oh. It is a late night stream once again, and I'm happy to have you here. How are you doing, darling? Because we're vibing. evening stream, late night stream. It's about 2 a.m., darling. Late night stream. I will not budge. But hope you enjoy the reading, senpai. And I hope you're well. Bubba, what now? Describing what now? That sounds like an interesting night. That is an interesting chain of events. Surely one for an interesting night out. You're vibing. I definitely had a good day. Bit of a lazy day. We both, me and Missia, celebrated actual vacation time starting. For me, it's just 1 week, but it's an actual vacation. Yeah, a little duel with your lover. Just a little duel to get the blood flowing. Not like as an exercise. You know? But that is really good to hear, senpai. And we are going to continue. Babo, if you're into it, just be careful with that shit. Just be careful. But that's a little exercise. A little sword fight never hurt anyone. Just saying that out loud makes me realize how ironic that statement is, but such is the life of a bartender, unfortunately. I assume you're not as handy with a knife as a florist. Because a florist with a knife is a person to be afraid of. But let's continue. I think we have a long way to go still before we actually reach an end, so let's continue for some time still tonight. And then continue again next week. Will you? I will not. Besides, I'm clearly the oldest one here. Why not? I don't think it matters who's older than who. I don't really act all that old anyway. I have at least 10 years on you. Your youngest child insecurity is showing. What? Insecurity? That's out of context. Very. In brother and sister relations, in brotherly and sisterly relations in a found family. True, not sus, all good. Any other context? or out of context. Yee. Oh my god, Babo. I was lying, the curse shit is back. That's not even curse, that's kind of funny, to be honest. Calling your girlfriend. Calling your girlfriend mommy? Despite her being younger or younger than you? That's valid if that's what you like. But let's continue. Let's see how far we can get tonight. You two are pretty good friends, huh? And discuss the veracity of that claim later. I'd like to ask you a favor. What is it? Gladly help with anything I can. Could I perhaps borrow a room until the day of the Harvest Festival? I don't have anywhere to stay, or a source of income for that matter. We would be taking advantage of your generosity, but I only mean to intrude for a few days. I would be more than happy to offer you a place to stay at any other time, but right now, can't let you stay here. I'm so sorry. Oh damn, so much for that. Don't let one little no stop you. Keep pushing. Put on a show. Earn her sympathy. She's a lady of the cloth. If you make her feel bad for you, she'll offer you her aid. Put on a show? You expect me to act? Cough, cough. I'm having another episode. I was so sure this shirt would be able to help. That's not gonna convince anyone. Quiet, you. It was perfectly fine on our walk here. Shut your mouth, boy. As I said, we did once offer a place of respite for the ailing and needy, but regrettably for the time being we're unable to take anyone in. What I can do, though, is give you medicine. Since we can't let people stay here, with the Lord's generous assistance, we've been handing out medicine instead. So all you do here then is give people medication? Yes, I suppose that's what it boils down to. I'm honestly not sure why we're not allowed to offer shelter right now, but we are still able to provide assistance to those in need, so I assume it's just a temporary measure, and we'll be able to take people in again before long. And with how much he's done for the church, it's not really my place to complain about his decisions. I truly am sorry. I hope you understand. Supposed to ask for a little tithe in exchange normally, but just this once it's yours, free of charge. Could you tell me more about this medicine, please? It's called Saint's Blood, and it'll cure any disease. Saint's Blood? Oh, for fuck's sake. It's not real blood, of course. It's just what it's called. It sure sounds divine, doesn't it? No, that's not true. Huh? It is real blood. What do you... Sorry to butt in. Do you mind if I bring him back to my room? Don't think I mentioned it, but he's an old friend of mine. Got a lot of catching up to do. Alright. Come on, this way. Well, that sure got quite the reaction out of him. And now he's incredibly leery of you. When she mentioned the blood, I couldn't stop myself. Probably should have kept my mouth shut, though. Mel doesn't say a word the entire way. His smile has retreated, and there is a hint of fear lurking beneath his now stony expression. Spend the trek through the mansion's corridors pondering how to answer the questions I know are coming. How to solve the problem I put myself in. We enter a bedroom, presumably his, and he closes the door behind us. I can see the distrust in his eyes as he glares at me. I have to ask, who exactly are you? Why did you say that back there? That Thane's blood is actual blood? In response to his pressing eye, we actually get so many choices this time. I think I might want to do a replay of this and make different choices, considering we have so very many of them. Let's just tell him everything. I know Mel feels immense remorse about his involvement in Morgana's imprisonment, so I decided it's best to tell him everything. The shade in the mansion begged for me to save him. If he knows what I know, maybe this Mel will seek my help as well. Perhaps I'm being rash, but it's worth a shot. Alright, I'll tell you everything. Might sound crazy, but I promise you, everything I'm about to tell you is the truth. I'm not from this time. What? Come here from a point in time after Morgana's death. How do you know about... I know everything. Morgana told me what happened here, that will happen here. You and 2 other men imprisoned her at the top of the observation tower, eventually leading her to her death. At this point in time, she should still be alive, but she will not be for much longer. When the bell tolls noon on the day of the harvest festival, Morgana's life will come to an end. And when she dies, she will do so in the grips of overwhelming hatred. Hatred that will transform her soul into a true witch. 3 of you will become the targets of that hatred, the targets of her curse. And by the power of that curse, you will be drawn back to this place in your next lives, where great suffering and misery await you. Everything you're saying is going right over my head. Don't think he would believe anything, but I'm curious to know how he will react. Same. That's why I want to see what happens if you tell him everything. Next lives, her soul, a witch. Every word of it is true. Did anything I say contradict your experiences? 3 of you have Morgana imprisoned in the tower. You drain her of her blood, which you then claim is a medicine called Saint's Blood, which you give out in exchange for tithes. Am I wrong about any of that? I'm here to save Morgana, to set her free of that tower and her hatred, which will, consequentially, set your souls free as well. I know you're not proud of what you've done. Lend me your hand in free, Morgana, and tell me your story. Tell me how you came to be involved in her imprisonment. This is not the path you wished to take, I'm certain of that. You wanted blood for your sister, yes, but you're not the kind of man who would think severing another's arm was acceptable. You had to have some reason for it. Please give me your assistance. Tell me your tale. Saving her will save you too. I only want what's best for you. Could you give me a moment? So sudden. Having trouble wrapping my head around it. But I do get one thing. That you know what we've been doing. Give me some time to process it. I'll have an answer for you tonight. Please. I'll make the right decision. Just need time to convince myself. I understand. Wait here until I come back, would you? It's almost sundown, so it shouldn't be long. Tonight I'll tell you what I can. Once I've made sense of everything, I'm sure I'll be able to shake hands. So just relax here for a bit. I'll be waiting. Thanks. See you tonight. Tonight. Sus. What's preventing him from getting the big guy and just get rid of a nosy person? Well, he seemed to believe it. Thankfully. I was worried he wouldn't. I knew he wasn't happy being a part of this. He desperately wanted out. And you gave him that opportunity. Can only hope. He said he'd help, so let's give him the benefit of the doubt and see what happens when he comes back. Perhaps I'm just being paranoid. But it feels like that went over too easily. I made the right decision. Oh shit. Maybe my suspicion was correct as well. Or maybe not. Hello? Are you there? May I come in? You may. Sorry it took so long. Fuck. Not at all. You said it would be night when... I see. What? Is this the man? Never seen him before. You... them. What's the meaning of this, Mel? Where the hell did you get your information? Michael? I'm from the future. In my time, Morgana is already dead. I'm here to set her free, to erase. You spilled it, Mel, didn't you? No, I didn't. Why do you think I told you about him, so you'd know it didn't come from me. I don't believe he... We're fucked. What happened to everything you said earlier? That would make the right decision, that you would help you two friends. For the 1000th time, I met him in the forest this afternoon. Never seen him before then. Then who told him? Wasn't me. Nothing to gain from talking. True enough. Just messed up in the head, that has to be it. All these crazy delusions. Souls turning into witches the next life. He's mad, I tell you. I thought he believed us. Mel, am I wrong? that you feel remorse? Am I wrong that you don't want to be involved in this? You shouldn't be adding to your list of wrongdoings. No, you should be doing what you know is right and let Morgana go. You sure you're not friends? I swear to God, if he was a friend, why would I snitch on him? No one to let friendship get in the way of what you truly desire. Would never. Michael, to get out of here. If he so much as twitches like he's going to run, cut him in half. Michael? Maybe you'll come to your senses if you know exactly how what you're doing now will affect your next lives. Morgana comes to bear such incredible loathing for each of you that the people you care for, who pray tell lives life fearing how it will affect their next. You were right, he's out of his mind. Listen. You chose the wrong man for a little sermon. Next life, souls. Damn it. Can I get them to believe me? Seen it all, but they don't have any of those memories. How can I convince them to believe something that hasn't even happened to them yet? How can I get them to release Morgana? How can I save her? Michael, please, you have to run. You're in danger here. I would love it, but the door is blocked. So tell me, who told you about Morgana? Morgana herself. Who told you? I'm telling the truth. I know what I know because she told me. Suppose it doesn't matter where you got your information. Getting rid of you still means one less person who knows. Michael? Kill him. Don't. Can I play with him first? No, do it quickly. Tired of listening to this madman's ramblings. Oh, please don't do this. I'm only here to save your souls. So we believed you weren't truly evil. So why? Oh, alright. Not happy about it though. You're putting more than just your next lives at risk. You'll lose the people you care about in this life too. People are going to die on the day of Harvest Festival. Many people are going to die. You may be able to avoid it if you set her free. And also change your own fates as well. Can't listen to this anymore. Kill this madman now. Oh, please don't. You don't. Really is a damn shame. Hoping I could stay, have some fun with you. Okay. Happens in the blink of an eye. The man steps forward. The moment his sword's out of its sheath, I'm toppling backwards. Oh, please, no, this can't be. Michael, say something, Michael, please. Giselle's scream fades into the distance. As the three men watch, I make a heavy thud against the cold floor. You clean up the mess, Mel. Last thing I want is the damned nun suspecting anything. Don't you vomit, boy. Make any more of a mess and you'll be joining him. All three of their voices are growing muted now. My vision goes red, realizing I can see my own body off in the distance. What pains me the most, though, is that Giselle had to witness that too. but everything's slipping away from me so quickly. I don't have time to come up with anything to say before it all goes black. It is. We found an ending tonight. If you're trying to press the whole I'm from the future and know everything angle, sorry, feel like you could very quickly get these dudes on tilt by just telling everyone else their names if you're trying to press the whole from the future and know everything angle. That is true. I mean, it would be very concerning if someone who conceivably has no chance of knowing your name. Darlings, give me just a moment. I'm going to get us back to the point we were in. Go to chat for just a moment. Enjoy some lo-fi. Oh, very nice. It's not going to take us that long. Never mind. Back to game audio. We can also actually redo the first choice if we'd like, but I think we chose correctly there. If you missed the choice, our choice was essentially, do we tell this young kid from the Middle Ages that we are God? Or he didn't see us? Or it appears we appeared out of thin air because we were just having a nap in the tree? Which do you think he'll believe? And I think I have also learned my lesson. So, let's load the autosave. And we'll tread very carefully. We don't have much time, but it's in our best interest to tread carefully. There's too much we don't know yet. It would not be wise to make a rash decision. With him as tense and suspicious as he is right now, won't be easy to get his key to persuade him to tell us how he ended up here. I have learned my lesson to not confuse the men from the Middle Ages all that much. Because we told Mel everything, just straight up told him everything. And he got the person who is going to become Yukimasa to just execute us immediately. So that's a little suboptimal. Just a little bit. So we try this again. We don't tell him everything. We're gonna be careful. Same as that we were having a nap in the tree. And we jumped down from the tree, which is why Mel thought we just appeared out of thin air, though we did. But so that the boy doesn't get spooked, you know? Because our other choice would be to tell him that we're God. Which is something I think is gonna go down very bad. Furthermore, My experience with these 3 shades tells me that if I'm not careful, I could be putting myself in unimaginable danger. A brief flash of what might have happened had I spoken too soon crosses my mind, sending a chill down my spine. I want to get Mel on my side. I'm going to need something more, something decisive. Something that'll convince him he needs to come clean and set Morgana free. Regardless, being cautious isn't going to mean much if I can't get them to let us stay in the mansion. I need to be nearby to keep an eye on things, gather information. To go about that though, assuming he's not voluntarily involved, maybe all we have to do is ask for his help in setting Morgana free, and he'll work with us. Perhaps. Being so direct will only invite more suspicion, but she's probably on the right track. When I met his shadow, it was burdened with great regret. He begged me to help him. My remark about the saint's blood was based on the stories I once heard about a person whose blood was said to have healing properties. Stories? Maybe they haven't made it out this far, I don't know. But they tell of a girl born in a distant village, saint and the daughter of a god. Of God. I thought that perhaps the nun might be the saint spoken of in the stories. I was hoping for the opportunity to see a miracle perform with my own eyes. I have to say, you looked more angry than excited. Didn't hide it very well, I guess. Maybe it appeared that way to you, but I've never had a very friendly face. If you say so. As long as you're telling the truth. I myself have to wonder, why did my remarks seem to bother you so much? What? Is there something more to this saint's blood than you're telling me? No? Something that would make you want to get me alone and interrogate me? There is nothing. I just, don't want to scare anyone with all the talk of blood, since there's not actually any in it. And I didn't know about the stories, so... It's just medicine, I swear. As you say. It's got nothing to do with the saint in your stories. To change the subject, would I ask you to convince the nun to allow me to stay here? Weren't you listening? We can't take anyone in right now. Which is why I'm asking for your recommendation. You live on the premises, don't you? I'm more supervisor of sorts. Then you should have some say in the matter. Why? Until the harvest festival is all I'm asking. Why not get a room at an inn? If you need money, I'll spare you some coin. I must stay in this mansion. But why? Those are my instructions. What? You know the stained glass window in the chapel, behind the pulpit? It was named after the Archangel Michael depicted there. The angel came to me in a vision, instructing me to watch over the festivities here. From where you're standing, you couldn't possibly have seen the window in that much detail. Couldn't... I get it. You've been to the church before and you're just acting like you haven't. There's a metal door off to the side leading to an observation tower. Yeah, you can see the tower from outside. Inside is a long spiral staircase, not made of stone but wood. There's a single door at the top of the stairs. Oh... What are you really here for? The vision stuff is a lie. I'm not here to cause you any trouble. In fact, I'm on your side. You show up out of nowhere and expect me to believe your nonsense. All I ask is for you to allow me to stay until the day of the festival. If you can do that for me, then I'll make you the promise I could not before. I've not forgotten your pleas for salvation. I know you want to be free. Let me guess, you saw that in a vision too. If you want to call it that, then you can. I once asked for you to save me. I feel like these two choices are going to the same place, but you're really just choosing if Michael is 0 IQ. I see your point. Definitely. I mean, the first one was very obvious. Why did you appear out of nowhere? Because I'm God. That's gonna go really well. He's sure just going to let that fly, isn't he? Maybe I thought the second one was not that obvious, but it was quite funny actually. And I still want to see what happens if you tell Mel that you're actually God. I still want to see what happens, but I think we are gonna get the same dead end ending. Because I don't think we can get anywhere without, you know, someone on the inside helping us. And he sure as hell ain't gonna be helping us if we are just gonna appear before him and be like, I'm God. Yeah, it ain't happening. You're mad. But fine. I've got nothing to hide anyway. Say you're a friend and the saint should be willing to accommodate you. Wait, I already told her you were my friend, didn't I? I'll try and persuade her. I don't know what your deal is, but try not to cause any trouble, okay? For your own sake. I won't. Only until the festival. You're not getting another day out of me or her. And this isn't your home, so don't act like it is. Of course. Thank you. Well, you know, I never did get your name. It's Michael. Alright. The Archangel Michael. Just like you said. Never really cared much for Michael, to be honest. Weighs your soul in one hand on his perfectly balanced scales, then delivers its punishment with the sword in his other. It's not an angel of salvation. Out of curiosity, could you perhaps be... Oh, never mind. It's turned into a bit of a storage area, but there's an open room you can use. I'll show you the way. Is there someone being talked about? Oh, this is just lovely. Cracks in the ceiling and the walls peeling off. There is a bed at least, but it's coated in dust. It was a storeroom when I lived here, as I recall. Sorry about the condition. I didn't choose a bad room for you on purpose, I promise. You want to sleep somewhere more comfortable. You're not going to find that here. Not a problem. I'm grateful to have a room at all. You say so? Well, I have work to do, so I should be on my way. I'll talk to the saint as promised. I imagine she'll make supper for you at some point. But do keep your crazy talk to yourself around her. I'll make a note of it, thank you. See you. We made it work, somehow. Somehow. A lot of pressure being under that much suspicion, huh? My heart was pounding the whole time. And that Archangel Michael came to me in a vision stuff. I never expected you to go there. Would you tell him that anyway? Because I didn't think telling him I know the future and I need your help to change it would have gone over very well. Yeah, that's true. Besides, those who yearn for redemption have a tendency to latch on to the spiritual. Thought taking advantage of that would work to our benefit. You know, I bet you'd make a pretty good con artist, Michael. I did what I thought was necessary. I know. Besides, you have every intention of keeping your promise, don't you? Whether or not Mel can be saved is up to him. I will lend him my hand, though. Oh, you. You say it's on him, but deep down, you know you're on his side. We're complete strangers to this Mel, but I can't bring myself to think of him that way. Just met today, it feels like reuniting with an old friend. He's the same old Mel. And you were actually there, part of his life, which I imagine makes the sentiment all the stronger. You don't feel the same way? I don't think of him as a total stranger, no. However, nothing. I was about to say something incredibly cynical, but I caught myself. What? It's nothing. Don't worry about it. If you say so. There's always the one with nothing to offer, powerless to be of anyone's help. So if anything's motivating me, it's not concern for the boy, but a desire to prove that someone like me can do something. It won't take much arm twisting to get him to give us a room, so who knows? Maybe he'll come over to our side easier than either of us expected. Him giving us a room was not simply out of kindness. Keeping me nearby allows him to keep an eye on me. Doesn't trust me. He also doesn't know enough about me to decide what to do yet. He needs time, and doing this gives him that time. If he decides keeping me around is not to his advantage, he will act accordingly. Do you think he'll do anything to hurt you? Mel's a kind boy, and to be frank, I don't think he has the spine for it. It's hard to say, but even if he doesn't, we still have the other two men to worry about. Nevertheless, cooperation will undoubtedly be the easiest of the three to gain. We were fortunate to run into him first. Makes you say that? Did you ever have a chance to see the shadows trapped in the mansion? Shadows? I might have. But around the time Hayden Rhodes passed away, I wasn't really there anymore. Stopped thinking, stopped trying to make sense of the things inhabiting the house. I'd become merely another part of the cursed mansion. Soon be able to converse with them after I had reclaimed myself. Suppose much like the rules differ between the realms of the living and the dead, so too do they differ for those who have lost their grip on reality. As I was searching for a way to go get you out of the tower, I encountered and spoke with 3 men's shadows. Of the 3 men, Mel was the least threatening. He bears a great deal of regret. He yearns for someone to save him. I heard him muttering, "This isn't what I wanted." He doesn't want to be involved in this. Someone else is holding the reins. My first guess would be the Lord, but regardless, they're not equals in this endeavor. If he wants out, then maybe he would have agreed to help. We told him we're here to save Morgana. Carelessly revealing our hand at this stage did not seem wise. We would have never gotten to this point if it were so easy to stop. So I guess our first task is to earn Mel's trust. Morgana's death is in 3 days. We have until then to get all 3 keys. Won't be easy. I mean, we weren't even present in this world until today. Exactly. But no one to vouch for us. No one who even knows who we are. But we have knowledge, quite a bit of it, in fact. We not only know what happens in this era, but you showed me their next lives as well. From that, can deduce how they might behave and to whom they have ties. You're right, we do. We know things we should have no way of knowing. And we can use that knowledge to our advantage. The various interpersonal relationships are where we can get our edge, I think. They each have their reasons for locking Morgana up. And if I'm right, they're doing it for other people. It's these powerful bonds driving them. Mel's driving force would be his sister, for instance. Are they merely bonds, or is it fate that ties them together? You're right, we should find and talk to his sister. Mel is more likely to act if it's coming from her than us. I agree. His darling sister tells him to stop. He won't have any reason to continue his involvement. Knowing how the first tale ended makes me slightly uncertain. But for now, I work under the assumption that he does genuinely care for her. What if the white-haired girl is Morgana? A random thought that passed through my mind. We don't actually know how. I don't think we've ever gotten a description of Morgana and how she looked in her life. But maybe it's not her. My guess would have been that what if the white-haired girl was the Saintess, but that's not her either. But I think Mel just let slip that he knows someone who looks kind of like Michael, so maybe? What do you want to bet she's somewhere nearby? I mean, she will be. It was her death that sparked the chaos on the day of the Harvest Festival. Right, it was. No, you're exactly right. But what I was going to say is that people tend to keep those they care most about, close by. Appear have bad tendency to focus too much on the facts. That was entirely unnecessary of me. Still did not need to be reminded of that. I'm sorry. Huh, what for? For being careless with my words, inconsiderate. No need to apologize for the truth. Besides, you and considerate are like oil and water. And today, you're the fire to my oil. We have 3 days to stop this tragedy. Let's get to work. Let's probably have more luck asking than just searching for her. We can't find Mel, the nun might know. Off we go. And here, my darlings, we shall end for tonight. It's about 3 a.m. We have done a whole another 5 hours. I hope you've had a very comfy time listening my reading. I was actually hopeful we might actually finish tonight, but we did not. Last, do one last little posture check. Give me a second. There we go. It's never gonna end. I mean, I didn't expect it. Maybe I should have, because I think Michael just wants the best for everyone, as strange as it may sound. Ending's just gonna hit us out of nowhere like 20 minutes into a stream. I'm hopeful with enough time next time, because if this is going to be the very last part, this is the final door. Actually, the final door. The game says that this is the final door. I don't think there is anything, absolutely anything left unsolved. Because I had my suspicion that we might still have the stories of the men to be witnessed who wronged Morgana. So this does make sense for sure. However, I didn't entirely expect it. But at least we concluded Michael's and Giselle's story. But after witnessing all the surrounding details regarding Morgana's story, I genuinely don't think there would be much left to experience. I'd imagine so. At least I would very much imagine so. So, this is my prediction. What we're going to have is we're going to try and free Morgana. I have no idea how that's going to end, but I'm hopeful that will manage to make a difference. And after making a difference, we'll experience what happens to them after when Morgana has also been released. I think there is going to be an outro, and that's going to be what you might consider the true ending. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. What with that? Fata Morgana prequel game. I mean, there is the DLC. The DLC still exists. And I think I've said it before, I do want to go through the sequel as well, or not the sequel, DLC. I think it's a separate story in on itself. I have no idea what it's about. I assume it might still contain the same characters. But in any case, I want to go through that at some point, but after we actually finish Fata Morgana, the base game, I think we'll just take a tiny break before we continue. Maybe look into another visual novel, continue other games that are on the list. Any of those possibilities. So going to check if friends are still online. Well. There is a friend still online. Be sending you darlings to Araya. Just need to check. Check the spelling. There we go. So with that, darlings, I wish you good night. Have a very comfy rest of your weekend. I hope your next week starts out really well. Thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed. It's always a blessing to have you here. And that you like listening to me reading really warms my heart. And I might say it often, but it actually means the world to me. And it genuinely makes me happy. So good night, darling. And bye-bye.
Who's eating right now?
Oh shit.
Zeno, is that you eating?
Hi, Nari. Hi, Nari.
I keep hearing the crunchy